presents Burger King College Football Today, brought to you by Burger King, where you get great taste and great value every day. Get your burger's worth. This is the Horseshoe, Ohio Stadium, one of the most famous stadiums in college football history. Those who pass through here, coaches and players, travel some bumps in their road, but they also get acquainted with the fun of the yellow brick road. Past and present, success simply means you gotta beat the team from up north. And a big ugly from the pits of anonymity would like to add Orlando to Archie and Eddie and Hoppy and Vic and Les at the end of this season. 1979 was the last time Ohio State finished a regular season undefeated, which means they beat Michigan. And oh, how important that is. Hello again, everybody. I'm Keith Jackson. This is one of those games that echoes forever. This is a game that reaches across generations, that emphasizes the passion of partisanship. This is a game where players make the big plays. Like 1993, when Mercury Hayes made this one for Michigan that helped produce a Wolverine win and took away the Rose Bowl from the Buckeyes. And last year, when Tim Biakabatuka carried 37 times for 314 yards and the Buckeyes' undefeated season was gone, and so was the Rose Bowl. Well, the Buckeyes now have their ticket for 1997's Rose Bowl. But Coach John Cooper says there has been less talk this week about the Rose Bowl than any time during the season. This week, the talk has been all Michigan. Now, those who play the game are known. All of those who coach, not so. Conley, Haycock, Jacobs, Tenuta, Stobart, Spencer, Harris, Puggich, Hollis. They teach. Coop handles the rest. Long season, long week. It's time to blow out the candle. This party is about to begin.
All right, Keith, and we'll find out in a moment who provides the punch at this party, Michigan or Ohio State. First, some news. The big news of the week, Lou Holtz resigning as head coach at Notre Dame. He will coach his final home game today against Rutgers. Now, Gary Barnett was the #1 choice of Notre Dame, tops on their list. He decided to stay at Northwestern. So we've been told that Bob Beatty, the defensive coordinator, who actually was head coach for a game last year while Lou Holtz was recovering from neck surgery, that he will be named the new head coach. There's a press conference following the game. One other coaching note, Joe Tiller from Wyoming will become the new head coach at Purdue. He'll coach Wyoming throughout the rest of this season. But the rivalries are here today. Michigan, Ohio State, situation last year, Michigan ruined their perfect season.
Yeah, same as last year. Ohio State came in unbeaten and ranked #2, but I expect a different result this year. 3 reasons. Number 1, playing in the Horseshoe. Number 2, this Buckeye defense much better than the one that gave up 484 yards last year to Michigan. And number 3, Tim Biakabatuka is a Carolina Panther now. He's not a Michigan Wolverine.
All right, we'll see you at halftime. Stick around.
At BASF, we don't make the cooler. We make it cooler. We don't make the jeans. We make them bluer. We don't make the toys. We make them tougher. We don't make the water scooter. We make it lighter. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy. We make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
From hilltop to high-rise, menorah to manger, every family celebrates the holidays in their very own way. But no matter what you do, we're here to make it easier. With convenient hours, packaging supplies, and overnight deliveries even on Christmas Day. So whether it's choirs or Kwanzaa, palm trees or chimneys, you can count on the U.S. Postal Service to help you handle the holidays.
Someone's attacking Luann's students, and she's next.
Are you prepared to kill a child in order to save your own life?
Dangerous Minds, ABC Monday.
The first thing she said was, "Mommy, I've never seen the clouds from the top before." Flying for our daughter came sooner than any of us expected.
Hey, you get to go on first.
They said she needed some tests in Boston. We didn't know how we were going to pay for the flight. But then our doctor told us about this thing called Miles for Kids in Need. It's an American Airlines program where people donate some of their frequent flyer miles, and American picks up the rest. I hear they've helped thousands of kids. You know, I really wasn't sure how she'd take to the idea of flying, but she loves it. She can't wait to get up there again, where she says the sun is always shining and the sky is always blue.
I love you. I love you. I love you. Love. Love is a word. You can't explain love.
Between love and madness lies obsession.
Obsession for Men, Calvin Klein. Your gift with any $32 Obsession for Men purchase at Stearns.
Channel 7 Eyewitness News, where the news comes first.
ABC Sports College Football presents the annual Big Ten Big One. Michigan and undefeated number 2 Ohio State. And every reason to believe there will be a new attendance record today at Ohio Stadium. Because, Bob Greasy, I don't know of any community I've ever seen that has been more consumed by a college football game than this one.
It's been jumping around here the last couple of days.
Oh, I'll tell you. Who's got the big game virus? I guess that's the question that every coach is wondering right now.
Well, the players, Keith, they're excited. They didn't sleep as well last night. They get up, the butterflies are a little bit bigger than they normally are. But these are the type of games you want to play in. You come to college. The thing they have to do is keep their poise and keep their confidence, ease into the game, and try to convince themselves this is just another game. Don't let me make a mistake early on.
The one that can relax is the one probably that will have the early going edge. But eventually it comes down to just playing football and who's got the most talent, doesn't it?
I think it does, but going into the game, Michigan's quarterback, Scott Dreisbach, has got to settle down. He's made some mistakes the last couple of weeks. It is key for Michigan not to turn it over to win. On the other side, the 2-quarterback system, Jackson and Jermaine. Jermaine gets the start today, and I think that that's a good choice by Cooper. He's played well the last couple of weeks.
Well, John Cooper's had his troubles, as you well know, against that team up north. Coop's record since he came to Ohio State is 1-6-1. He wouldn't mind smiling going to supper either.
You will be called private, specialist, or sergeant. Beneath the ribbons on your chest will be the souls of those who came before. You will be an individual, but triumph as a team. You will know strength, courage, and compassion. You will win what must be won, achieve what must be done. Be all that you can be. You will be a soldier.
Craig Lambert isn't too worried about how to invest for Zach's college education. That's because he works with a broker from Dean Witter. Together, they developed a long-term investment plan to help take Zach wherever he wants to go.
Clients feel most comfortable with our ability to see things from their perspective.
Now, when Craig looks into his son's eyes, he can see the future and smile. Dean Witter.
We measure success, one investor at a time.
If the most consistent thing about your oven is its inconsistency, then it's definitely time for the remarkable new Whirlpool range. The one with the AccuBake system, so food always cooks evenly. Lots of food, too, because only Whirlpool has a range with an oven this big. At Whirlpool, we make cooking easier and more pleasantly consistent. Whirlpool, making your world a little easier.
Sad, isn't it? Finding out you paid too much for your stereo. Circuit City, you can't find a lower price. We guarantee it.
This is the 60th anniversary season for the band's signature formation, Scripps, Ohio. Dotting the I today, Thomas Rainey of Grove City, Ohio. Now, here's Lynn Swan.
Thank you, Keith. The story about Joe Germain starting is not the controversy of 1 week, but something that was building. As a matter of fact, Walt Harris adjusted the practice schedule before the Illinois game to give him more time at practice. But maybe the most significant thing was Stanley Jackson, last Sunday's practice at the Indiana game, told Joe Germain to start with the starting offensive unit, and then Walt Harris said he'll start on Tuesday. So give Stanley Jackson credit for the maturity to make that decision and a cool transition for Joe Germain.
All right, Swanee, thank you very much. Jay Feely will kick off for Michigan. The Wolverines won the toss, deferred to the second half. Ohio State's offense will have the ball first. Demetrius Stanley and Sean Springs waiting for the kickoff. It will be returned from the one by Demetrius Stanley. He looks to the center of the field, and on the angle back into the middle of the field to find some help. He got very little on the return. He is taken down at the 5-yard line. Joe Germain then will come out. He's thrown for 13 touchdowns this season. His first career start is today. The Chili starting lineup, backs and receivers, include Demetrius Stanley and David Boston. A long distance between the two in experience. Stanley is the senior, Boston is a freshman. But they will have to be obvious in the ball game today. Germain is a very good passer. He was the man who engineered the win against Indiana last week, and a penalty flag will start it. The referee is David Whitboat. So the Buckeyes getting a bit of a staggering start. The ball was kicked off high, had good hang time, and Stanley angling back into the center looking for some help. Gave up distance and was tackled at the 5.
Prior to the snap, false start, offense. Half the distance penalty.
And now they are penalized 2.5 yards, half the distance to the goal line. So now they are really in a hole.
Well, some of the nerves that we talked about in the opening, Keith, you're seeing displayed right here.
So John Cooper in his 9th season as coach of the Buckeyes, the record reflected there. But he's 1-6-1 against Michigan. So here is your first play of the ball game. It's given to Pearson. And Pearson is out of the backfield and out to about the 8-yard line. Brought down by David Bowens. The offensive front for Ohio State includes Orlando Pace, 6'6", 330 pounds. He's the big guy who has been advertised so much for the Heisman Trophy. But the other people along that offensive front are very, very good. William Carr is the anchor man for the defensive front for the Michigan Wolverines. I mean, you just don't get away from it. He is the man in the middle. Second down and 7. They go back to Pearson. He looks to slant it over the left side, gets it out to the 12. So they're going to be a couple of yards short of their first down as they bring up third, and Sam Sword made the tackle for Michigan. The defensive secondary again will feature Charles Woodson. But Marcus Ray has emerged as a premium player as the season has gone on. And Woody Hankins at 5'9", playing a corner with Stanley on the field, has a guy that's almost his size. There is number 2, Woodson. They're trying for the first down here on the pitch, and it looks like they may have it. They had to get it out to the 15. I don't believe the spot is going to be quite to the 15. It all depends on where the man puts his foot down. It's close.
There's a look at Lloyd Carr. Yeah, it's a big measurement here, Keith, because it's a turn. It's causes Ohio State to punt the ball away.
They are the distance of the football from the 15-yard line, and so consequently no gambling at this point of the ball game. They will punt it out of there. Brent Bartholomew, a sophomore from Apopka, Florida, will punt it, and Charles Woodson is waiting for it back about the 45-yard line. Snap is good. There is no pressure. The kick is away, and it's a good one. It runs Woodson back to the 39. Slips and taken down at the 42. He had a crease, but as he made his cut to the hole, he couldn't keep his footing. 46-yard punt and a 2-yard return. And so Scott Dreisbach now will come out at quarterback. He's thrown 9 interceptions. Turnovers have plagued him over the last 3 weeks. The Chile starting lineup for Michigan: Ty Streets and Russell Shaw. Wideouts have got to step up today and make some plays. They've got to help Dreisbach. So from the 42, Michigan will go to work with Clarence Williams in the backfield as the deep back or the tailback. The crowd is going to be in the mix all day, and on the first play, Michigan will throw. Throw for Williams. Throw it high and away. He was well covered. Damon Moore was in his shirt. He had to throw it away. The offensive front for the Michigan Wolverines features the tackles Gwines and Jensen. Now, this is important because they are looking at Messrs. Vrabel and Finkus on the defensive side of the ball. And let me tell you something, Matt Finkus and Mike Vrabel will keep anybody's tackles busy.
Well, as a look at Matt Vrabel, Mike Vrabel, he's the leading sacker in Ohio State this year.
Chris Howard is the tailback now, and this is not a place to be changing too many plays. You lose your voice by the second quarter. The tackle is made right at the 45-yard line on the running back Howard, and it'll be third down at about 7. Ryan Miller made the hit for Ohio State. Rob Kelly, the big redhead in the middle of that defensive secondary, is still fuming about what happened last year. So I would imagine we'll see those two safeties, Moore and Kelly, very busy.
This
today.
defense is very good, Keith, and they were embarrassed last year. They had 10 starters back. Michigan embarrassed them last year up at Ann Arbor.
Well, I'll tell you, if he's going to call every play at the line of scrimmage, good luck. Here comes the blitz. Williams is down right at the line of the maiden. Didn't even get to the line of scrimmage.
Well, we just talked about Kelly, Keith, and here's a look at him. Free safety. They do a lot of blitzing right here. Right there, watch as he's going to blitz up inside. He times it very well. Look at this. Runs right through the opening. Didn't know who to tackle, whether to get the quarterback or the running back.
He took the quarterback down. David Boston is back to return the kick, looking into a bright sun. Steris will kick it for Michigan. There is no pressure. It's a good kick. Boston's got a man right in his face and lets it go, and they kill it deep. So Ohio State once again is backed up against their goal line. Their first possession was started at 2.5-yard line. This one at the 1.
The sticks have a personality all their own, and Chili's fire-roasted skewers set the tone. Watch them sizzle from fire and flame. Now beef and chicken ain't the same. Zucchini and squash hooked between peppers and corn. With chili pepper, honey, and lime seasonings they're adorned. Then lusciously lanced, they're laid upon the flame to feel the fires dance. Fire-roasted skewers, oh, you haven't had them yet? Well, Chili's grills like no place else. On that you can safely bet.
Yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer today's multi-metallic engines enough corrosion protection from extreme hot and cold. They need Zerex, with its one-of-a-kind patented formula, not just to protect radiators, but also water pumps and cylinder heads. So use Zerex. Otherwise, your engine could be extremely unprotected. Zerex. Extreme protection for today's engines.
Only by going alone in silence can one get into the heart of the wilderness. All other travel is mere dust and hotels and baggage and chatter.
Holtz leads the Fighting Irish in his final regular season game as coach. They go to war with the Trojans of USC in a primetime showdown next Saturday night on ABC Sports.
Here's a look at the stories, Keith. The consistent play from the quarterbacks. They're ranked in the top of the Big Ten. And continued dominance by the defense. They're second in the nation in both points allowed and turnover margin.
Field position, kicking game, oftentimes decides big games. Add mistakes to it. Ohio State field position has been extraordinarily poor at the start of this game. They'll wedge out for a yard or so. But if you make a mistake down here and drop the ball, Michigan jumps on it, sticks it in the end zone, your mountain gets pretty high pretty quick.
Well, offensively, this is not where you want to start the ball game. First possession on the 5, now this one's on the 1. To Michigan's credit, their special teams that were so bad last week and the week before start off this week in very good shape.
Second down and 9 from the 2. Jermaine. Peppy Pearson, he crosses the 10-yard line. Maybe the 11, but it doesn't appear so. The mark is on the 10, so they're a yard short of the first.
As 96's Carr, watch the double team as Murphy, number 56, blocks him and then comes off on the linebacker, Irons. That's good double team by Murphy and Porter. And Murphy, the redshirt freshman, 56, gets a double team and then slides off onto the linebacker, running right straight at him.
It is 3rd and 1 now from the 10. As he makes his way to the 15-yard line, Peppy Pearson, 205-pounder from Euclid, Ohio.
Just a nice job of blocking in the offensive line. If there's a strength on this Ohio State team, Keith, it's the offensive line. They've run right at him 3 state times in a row. Ohio State lost all their skill players last year. They lost a tight end, the quarterback, and their running back, all #1 draft choices. And the offensive line, led by Orlando Pace, is back, and that's what's causing this offense to be good this year.
Pearson has handled the ball on every snap so far. Has gained all 25 yards. Here's your first pass, and it's the receiver, Boston, fell down. And Joe Germain saw him on the ground, so he threw the ball into the crowd.
We talk about big games, Keith. This young man here doesn't know what this game means. He is a freshman. He is just here. He's starting his 5th ball game, David Boston. He doesn't know the rivalry between Michigan and Ohio State, and he certainly doesn't know the thrill of going to the Rose Bowl. He thinks that you're supposed to go every year. This may be the only time they go. Who knows? Don't count on it every year.
Second down and 10. Back to Pearson. Ran right in there behind, guess who? Orlando Pace, and he comes out to close to the 20-yard line.
Pace 75. Murphy is next to him. Pace just gets his man. Just straight blocking and gets his hands to his face. That's good. Just straight blocking and good running.
Taylor and Ray up quickly to stop him just short of the 25-yard line. So it'll be 3rd down and a short 1.
Orlando weighs 330 pounds, so he's got a bit of an advantage.
Pearson for the first down. He got it. Split the seam and was able to reach across and pick up the first down. So you can move the chains, and having this much real estate around them now must make the Ohio State offense giddy. They've started both possessions back inside the 5-yard line.
Yeah, can't see the goal post.
It's down there somewhere, guys. We're going that way, toward the sun. Matt Calhoun is the single back in this alignment. Fullbacks don't carry it that much. This man the blocking back. Jermaine back to throw the football. Throws underneath to the tight end, DJ Jones. And DJ is across the 30 to the 31-yard line. ABC's college football next Friday has Texas A&M and Texas. It's in Austin, and if the Horns can win it, they'll be in the Big 12 championship game against the winner of that one. That'll be up in Lincoln. And then Florida State on Saturday at noon Eastern time. What a big one that is. Nighttime Saturday features Notre Dame and Southern California at the Coliseum in Los Angeles. It is Jamon Jackson in the backfield right now for Ohio State. And Jackson gets a little bit of yardage. Montgomery went down and tore up a knee just about the time when John Montgomery was really starting to hit with authority.
Yes.
And it was a big, big loss for the running corps. Jackson now steps in as number 2, and Michael Wiley has come in. Had been a wide receiver, but came out of high school as a running back, and we'll probably see Wiley at tailback today.
He's a true freshman.
Matt Keller is in the backfield as the single back. Good pass receiver. And the ball is thrown down the middle. The pass is caught by Pearson. Pearson, the tailback, had come out of the backfield, gone to a slot, takes it down the pipe, and moves the chain.
Take a look from behind the offense. Jermaine, known for a pocket passer, 3-step, got a slant by the outside receiver. It's a good throw. See how it opens up in there? Pearson showing that he can play outside. He came into the ballgame with 15 receptions.
First down at the Ohio State 48-yard line. Jermaine going big for Boston. He got tangled up with Woody Hankins. He bumped into Hankins and never regained his foot speed. The pass was perfectly thrown where he was supposed to be. He just didn't get there.
Well, like you said, Keith, now there's some air in this offense. They've gone to their passing game. It's a good matchup on the short side of the field. Hankins, 23. On Boston, the true freshman with all the speed and big playability. The ball just thrown too far inside.
The 11th play of this possession started back at their 1. If they come down here and get any kind of points out of this possession, it'll be a lift for the offense. Second down and 10. Boston falls down. That's the second time in the ball game. The second time that he's been open and fallen down. So the pass is incomplete. Here's Lynn Swann.
Keith, Scott Dreisbach, when the offense was on the field, was handing the ball off, had his left elbow hit and hyperextended it. So he's been on the sideline working with the trainer Paul Schmidt throwing the football, but Paul Schmidt says he will go back into the ball game. It is a hyperextension of the left elbow that is not his throwing arm, Keith.
All right. Third down and 10 now. Ball is thrown low. It bounced. It is an incomplete pass. Jones was available, but Jermaine getting some pressure for the first time really in the ball game was not able to deliver the ball, and so the quarterback does not produce the ball with the wide receiver deep and with the tight end tight down the middle, and they've got to punt it away. Bartholomew's second kick of the ball game. His first was 46. And it's you-know-who waiting. Charles Woodson. Kind of hold your breath if you're on the other, wearing the other color. Woodson will call a fair catch. Thank you very much. Back at the 14-yard line. So with 7:15 to play in the first quarter, Michigan owns the ball for their second possession, no score.
Last year, more than 6 million people got into a Chevy truck. This year, it'll be even easier. Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
The Black & Decker Workmate, now with a larger work surface and one-handed clamping. Workmate by Black & Decker.
The Panasonic Razor. Shave wet or shave dry. Your choice. Your shave. Rinse clean. Work hard. Play hard. Shave your way. Panasonic.
Some people don't understand. They don't understand why anyone would want to play when we do. They just don't get it. They don't understand that it is whether you win or lose. That we will never get this feeling playing golf. They just don't see the beauty of it all. But that's okay. because we do. Do you? Also nice. Step outside.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. The U.S. Army, be part of the toughest, smartest army in the world. Be all you can be. Marriott Hotels, Resorts, and Suites. We believe when you're comfortable, you can do anything. And Chili's has so many new grilled items, you'll see why we say Chili's Grills is like no place else. Williams and Floyd in the backfield now for the Michigan Wolverines as they start from their own 14-yard line. And Jeremy Truman, the tight end, just shifted around. And you've got some movement on the Michigan offensive front. John Jansen, the right tackle, I think, moved a little bit because Matt Pincus jumped right past him.
Now the butterflies are still flying around down there.
Prior to snap, ball start, offense, 5-yard penalty. Down remains first.
Game stories for Michigan. They need to throw the ball. Ohio State has not allowed a rusher 100 yards this year in a game, and they need to win the turnover battle. They've had 10 giveaways the last 2 games. You're not going to win many games giving the ball away.
Chris Howard's in the backfield now for Michigan as the single back. As the penalty takes him back inside the 10. Give it to Howard. He finds daylight and comes across the 20 and all the way out to the 24-yard line. Kelly and Moore, the safeties, make the tackle for Ohio State. So they punched a big hole in the middle of the Ohio State defensive front. A defensive front that's occupied by Winfield Garnett and Luke Fickell. That'll make Luke mad.
That's a good defensive line, too, Keith. It's a veteran defensive line. A lot of seniors on this defense.
Second down and 1 with Williams, the tailback. Dropped the football. Dreisbach did not come away from the center with it, and Mike Vrabel was right there. So he had to cover it quickly, otherwise Vrabel is going to own it.
That little fumble happens at all levels. The pro level, the college level, high school, pee-wee football. As you look at Dreisbach, his last 2 games, he's had 8 turnovers, but that one, the center was reaching for a block to his right, the quarterback was reversing to the left, and they just didn't get the exchange.
Chris Howard is back. He's number 8. Williams is number 33. And Dreisbach back to throw it. Pressure's coming. The pass is thrown underneath to Howard. He does a pretty good job until he ran into Andy Katzenmoyer, and Moyer almost killed him.
Katzenmoyer is a true freshman. It's amazing, Keith, this Ohio State team is as good as it is, second in the nation, and they have 2 true freshmen. Look at it from behind the defense, other side of the field. Katzenmoyer was the National High School Defensive Player of the Year just last year. And there he is, number 45 with Archie Griffiths.
I mean, that's a lick, folks.
That sure is. Woo.
So they'll have to punt, because that running back was kind of hanging out there trying to elude people, and that'll get a penalty flag. Boston is hit almost as the ball arrived, and it looked like it was Brent Washington, 38, who came downfield and hit him. Got to give him 2 yards.
Got to give him a couple yards to catch it.
The room says. So if you want to know what an old-fashioned country hit by a linebacker is on a running back, as soon as we get the referee's decision here, we'll show you.
Opportunity, 2-yard radius foul, 5-yard penalty, first down.
So this time Ohio State gets good field position to start a possession. Now here's the hit on Chris Howard by Katzenmoyer.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
We thought this would be a good time to show you around the roomiest extended cab pickup there is.
Like a rock,
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
They are a new breed of individual investor, and their numbers are growing. They know the power of information, and they don't act on impulse. They go into a stock armed with facts, building portfolios for the long haul. For this new breed of investor, a major new resource from NASDAQ, stock quotes, price performance, and soon company news and personal portfolio tracking. Accessible instantly over the internet at NASDAQ.com.
Fight that team across the field, show them Ohio's here. Set the earth reverberating with a mighty cheer. Hit them hard and see how they fall. Never let that team get the ball. Hail, hail, the gang's all here, so let's beat Indiana now.
Not far from the stadium on the campus is the Ohio State University Hospital, where not only the alumni and fans are excited, but the future alumni, the nursery. These kids are decorated, ready for the game, and all of the little carriages and cribs are shaped in a horseshoe in honor of this weekend in the big game.
Oh, boy.
In a horseshoe.
Future alumni lined up in a horseshoe.
Buckeye babies. 45-yard line now for Ohio State. And Jermaine keeps it, rolls it out, throws to the sideline. Pass is complete to Stanley. And he'll have about 8 yards on the catch. He's a senior from Worthington, Ohio.
It's taken 2 drives, Keith, but Ohio State has finally gotten out from the shadow of their own goalpost. They've gotten it out to the 50-yard line, and this is a great spot to start a drive.
It'll be second down, a long one, and you saw that Jermaine does have some mobility as he moved that one out, leaving the pocket. This is Pearson, and Pearson wiggling around a little bit, has sidestepped some pressure, and he's close to a first down. Dadrian Taylor, the tackle for the Michigan Wolverines. We are in Columbus, Ohio. The weather is for a November day, gorgeous. It's going to get up into maybe the middle 40s before the day is over. The wind is relatively mild. There is some wind going right to left.
It's pretty good wind too, Keith, from right to left. So Ohio State going into the breeze.
Third is very short. Oh, I don't know about this. Marcus Ray, the strong safety, had stepped up in and filled the hole, and they may not have it.
Both teams using their safeties to stop the run. Ray, the strong safety and the leading tackle for the Wolverines, came around the outside.
Well, they don't have it. Now they will go for it. The ball is inches short of the 45-yard line on the Michigan side of the field. It is 4th down, and the Buckeyes are going.
Well, they've run well inside, right at the University of Michigan, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that here again.
Sneak, gotta be. Because once Pearson went in motion, there was nobody behind him, so it had to be a quarterback sneak.
When you empty the backfield on 4th and short, you know a sneak is coming. Here's a look at Ohio State offensively. They lead the Big Ten in scoring, rushing, and total offense. They're 4th in passing, and they're doing very well in the nation. They're averaging 43 points per game.
He didn't get it by all that much, Bruce. You know that? He's just about a half a football good, but it's good. And so it's first down.
Offensive coordinator Joe Hollis.
Just inside the 45, Jermaine looks, throws outside to Pearson, and Pearson gets away from him. He juked Woodson and got by it, and picks up a first down for Ohio State. We'll have the Chevrolet Most Valuable Players from each team as we head toward the end of the game. And in this game, if you're an MVP, you have earned it.
Yes, sir.
Chevrolet having contributed some $6 million over the years to the colleges and universities General Scholarship Funds. 3:10 left to play in the first quarter. No score in the ball game. And really, if you can call this a threat, it is the first threat of the game. Jermaine back pressure, pass away down the middle, incomplete. Boston was the man angling into the middle. Jermaine got that ball away before Clint Copenhagen drove him into the turf.
Yeah,
Copenhaver was coming downhill at him.
A little blitz on, and Copenhaver, the linebacker, and Marcus Ray, the strong safety. You know, Jermaine has thrown several balls to David Boston, and they haven't been close. Boston, the true freshman, has slipped a couple of times and not been where he was supposed to be that time. And
well, he threw what, 13? He caught 13 passes.
Caught 13 passes last week against Indiana, and he only caught 15 all season up to that point.
There's a guy out there, number 3, that's in motion right now who ain't bad when it comes to catching a football. There's nothing there for Pearson. He is hammered right at the line of scrimmage. They're going to be looking at another 4th down play right here.
Well, this Michigan defense is pretty good. They've carried this team most of the year. They're second in rushing and 3rd in scoring in total defense in the Big Ten, and rank in the top 20 in most of the categories in the nation.
So for the second time in this possession, they're going to go on 4th and short, except this is a little more than the last time. This is about a foot and a half. They give it to Pearson. He's got it. And quite a bit more. He's out of bounds down at the 2-yard line. Pepe Pearson.
It's a nice call by Joe Hollis, the offensive coordinator. How many times do you see it, Keith, that on 4th and 1, when the defense is stacked up in there, that sometimes they break? It's a nice toss. Give it to your best back and get him out on the corner and let him see if he can break it inside. Poor tackling right there. It's a big play for the Buckeyes.
Pearson now with 70 yards in the first quarter on 12 carries, 2:18 to go, and it's 1st down and goal from the 2 for the Buckeyes. Pearson just barely got the ball. I mean, they almost dropped that thing, and he's down short of the snap. Jared Irons was in his face.
Irons is the leader of this team. In fact, he's a 2-time captain, so he knows what this game means to play in a Michigan-Ohio State game. Obviously, the game plan for the Buckeyes are to run right at that Wolverine defense.
Irons so far has credit for 9 tackles in this first quarter. My goodness, that's because they're running up the middle.
Right at him, yeah. That's right.
This is Pearson looking for something in the middle, and there isn't anything there this time. The Irons is right there again, so is Fizel. Irons is number 37. And they're back around the 4-yard line. So they're looking at 3rd down and goal now. Boston is coming back. They had a double tight end alignment as Hauser comes out. Boston comes back along with Stanley.
Both sides substituting, Keith. Ohio State sent 2 in. Michigan sent 4 in.
They will throw it. Passes away in the corner, and it's overthrown. Intended for Demetrius Stanley. He never had a chance. The ball was thrown well over his head. And so here will come the place kicker. That was not a particularly good possession inside the 5-yard line.
When Pearson got it down to the 5, they had 2 runs up inside that didn't get anything. Then they had to throw it, and Jermaine threw it away, really. He gave his man a little bit of a shot to catch it. But
Josh Jackson now.
Get on the board first.
Now this looks like a 21-yarder. Ball will be spotted about the 11. It's a chip shot, and it's good. So at 40 seconds to go in the first quarter, the Ohio State Buckeyes get on the board, but it's not what they wanted.
Go back and take a look at the key play in the drive. The 2 4th-down situations. This is the one. Pearson starts inside. Irons can't make it. That's Adrian Taylor with the poor tackling, the free safety, and Pearson just gets it down. And Ohio State settles for the field goal.
And floating overhead, covering all of this festival, is the Goodyear blimp Spirit of Akron, coming here from its home base nearby in Akron. It's about 100 miles as the blimp flies.
Isn't this a gorgeous day for a game? And like you say, in November?
We lucked out last week, and we've done the same this week. Now, if we just get out of town without a flat tire, we'll be all right.
We're going down south next week, that Florida State game. That should be good weather down there.
Though I have seen monsoon there at times.
Oh, yes, we did a few years back.
Andy Spam will kick it off, number 17. Russell Shaw is waiting along with Clarence Williams for Michigan. That's not a very good kick. It's back to the 12-yard line, and it's taken by Williams, the tailback. And he comes bolting up the middle of the field all the way to the 34-yard line. So Michigan's going to have very good field position to start.
Excellent field position, Keith. The Michigan special teams, a big improvement over last week. Remember the opening kickoff, they got inside their own 3-yard line, and some fumbles on, but good field position, special teams for the Wolverines.
3-0 Ohio State with about a half a minute to play in the first quarter. Reisbach playing with a hyperextended left arm. Hands the ball off to Chris Howard, and he's gobbled up after about a 2-yard pickup near the 37-yard line.
Well, last year in this ball game, Keith, the Michigan tailback, Tim Biakapatuka, ran for over 300 yards. And I don't think Michigan is going to run at will against this defense this day. This defense was embarrassed last year, and they've been talking all week about shutting down the run.
They're not going to get the play off. The quarter is going to end. So we've played one at the Horseshoe, and the home team, Ohio State, leads 3-0.
Room 518 wants to give a speech that brings his company back to life.
Good morning. I had a speech written, but I think it's better I speak to you from my heart.
Marriott, when you're comfortable, you can do anything.
They say the 50s were the golden age of television. But today we can actually use our TV to surf the internet. So we can go places we've always dreamed of going. Find out about almost anything. Hear things we've never heard before. Amazing.
Web TV from Philips Magnavox. The power of the internet now on your own television.
Wrangler jeans are soft and comfortable. And they get more soft and comfortable every time you wash them. Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Pine Lake. 3 friends. 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable. Even the fish. Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
The Chevy S10 Sports Side. The coolest thing to come on the back of a truck since the Nutty Buddy. Chevy S10 Sports Side, like a rock.
We go down to the second quarter of play. 2nd down and 6 for the Michigan Wolverines. The ball is just short of the 38-yard line on their side of the field. And Ohio State leads it by a score of 3-0. Chris Howard is the running back. In the deep position, Floyd the blocking back. Little play action, and drives back, rolls it out, and throws behind the intended receiver, number 86, Ty Streets.
Take a look at the numbers through the first quarter. The right column is Ohio State. They're doing very nicely, thank you. The left side, Michigan, has not made a first down. They've had no passing yards, only 7 plays for Michigan to 26 for Ohio State. No third down conversions. Time of possession, big in favor of Ohio State. Look at Fred Jackson and the offensive coordinator in the Michigan booth upstairs. Haven't got their offense started yet.
Third down and 6. Box pass is looped out, and that'll be good for a first down to Chris Howard. Pass was sort of floating around there for a moment, but Chris was able to get it and pick up the first down.
A nice adjustment by Howard to kind of turn around and make that reception, and then know where he was on the field, Keith, and then squirt upfield between 2 tacklers for the first down for Michigan. Carr was telling me last night, Keith, that all we want to do is get into the 4th quarter and have a chance to win.
Handoff is given to the deep back, Howard. And this time Chris finds very little room, just about the line of scrimmage before he is wrestled to a stop. Ryan Miller, 43, Katzenmoyer, 45, and Belisari, 30. Those are the 3 linebackers. And they are tough customers. Miller normally would be the linebacker that would drop for the tight end. Now we're going to get Williams and Howard together in the backfield here. That means Williams will come up into a wideout position, and he is at the bottom of the picture. Pressure coming. Going to run a reverse. Williams got away from the first man. He's got a lot of help. And finally knocked out of bounds by Sean Springs. Springs played off the blocker on the far side of the field and was able to maintain an upright position and make the tackle.
Watch this as the reverse is going to come here with the reverse coming back, but watch this man right here. He had a chance. That's the safety out there. You don't normally run a reverse when you got a man coming clean, but look at Moore, 13. He was a little bit fooled initially. Michigan's got a lot of blockers out there. If they could have gotten the defenders down, Springs does a nice job just staying alive and knocking him out of bounds.
And it's first down Michigan down near the Ohio State 38-yard line. Drives box pass, bounces in front of Russell Shaw. Oh, that is incomplete. It'll be second down and 10.
One of the key things for Michigan is getting Scott Dreisbach off on a good foot. His confidence is down a little bit. He has not played well. He's 2 of 5 for 8 yards, and after the loss last week, Keith, to Penn State, he took the whole blame on his shoulders, and Lloyd said, hey, I don't want you doing that. He says, I lose the games, the staff loses. Not only Dreisbach, a lot of guys didn't play well and have not played well for the Michigan offense.
Williams is the tailback.
Here they come.
He's got it. And down he goes. Number 30, Belisari, made the tackle for Ohio State. Belisari is one of those guys up for scholarship, isn't he? Or did he win one?
He already wanted a National
National
Football Foundation $18,000 postgraduate scholarship. He's got a 3.6 grade point average in pre-med.
Mark Millia walked up on the sidewalk this morning and said howdy. He's in medical school, studying to be an orthopedist, former Michigan player, lineman. Said there's, I think, 4 or 5 of them in the School of Medicine who play football at Michigan. Time call, 12:57 to go in the first half. Ohio State leading by a score of 3-0.
It's about time and finding faster ways to take new ideas from drawing board to reality. It's about the search for methods to make machinery last longer or make a long drive seem shorter. It's about making time to look beyond the obvious. And most of all, about taking time to listen. All things change through time.
video star won $100,000. If you thought that was funny, wait till you see the new contenders. 1 full hour with all new videos, ABC Sunday.
Defensive coordinator Freddie Pugic, his defense has been outstanding. Only 45% completion percentage, 4 touchdowns all year through the air, 20 interceptions.
And on 3rd and long, you figure it's up.
Here they come.
Reisbach gets it away. Good catch by Truman. Big tight end gets a first down.
Oh, what a great throw and catch, Keith.
Dreisbach took a lick, though. I mean, he really got rattled.
Take a look from behind the quarterback. He's got blitzing linebackers in his face. The tight end's crossing from right to left. He throws it over a defender right there. And now, watch as Campbell is fighting for the first down. He doesn't have it yet. That's a big play on both the thrower and the receiver.
Jeremy Tooman.
I thought it was 88.
No,
okay,
80.
Tooman, yeah.
Wasn't much Damon Moore could do. Damon's 5'11", 200, and Jeremy's 6'5", 233. So did the best he could.
That's a big play to keep that drive going for Michigan. A big play for Dreisbach and Tooman.
Ball is on the 25-yard line where it's a first down. Chris Howard will be back. Dreisbach gets it off underneath. It's Tooman again. No, Campbell this time. Well, we get him right eventually. Campbell, number 88, and Tooman 80. Both good ones. Both sophomores, too.
And Michigan this year throwing a lot to their tight ends. They lost both wide receivers to graduation, Mercury Hayes and Amani Toomer. So tight ends getting a lot of action.
18-yard line, 2nd down, 3. For the Wolverines, mounting a threat. Ohio State leading 3-0. It's Howard. He's hit behind the line of scrimmage. Luke Fickle was the first man to get his arms on him. Slowed him down, and he goes down just about the line of scrimmage. When we get through here in Columbus, you've got some druthers. Michigan State at Penn State, USC and UCLA out west. Maryland and Florida State will play in Miami, and Texas Tech meets Oklahoma. Check the local listings for the game on your ABC station, or call your cable operator to see what he has to offer. Marcus Knight now is in the backfield, is there the split end for Michigan. He's number 85. He's a freshman.
Here they come again.
And a whistle. And the play clock shows 00.
Prior to the snap, delay of game, offense.
Keith, both teams are having trouble getting the ball snapped. The plays are getting into the quarterbacks slowly. We mentioned early on that the players had some butterflies, a little nervous about this. That also carries over to the coaching staff. They need to get the plays in, get them called, get them into the quarterbacks a little quicker so they can get the plays run. The substitutions, too. You got to decide what you want and get them in.
Oh, they go back to 3rd and 9 after the penalty. 5-yard penalty. Reisbach rolling out, buying time, looks, throws to the sidelines, and his intended receiver Streets fell down. He wouldn't have caught that one anyway, except maybe Scott did see that he was falling down and threw it away to make sure nobody picked it off. 11:06 to go in the first half. 3-0 Buckeyes. Michigan's threat now is at the 24-yard line. It is 4th down. And here is Remy Hamilton trying to tie it. Now he's got to kick the ball into a fairly brisk wind. The ball is going to be put down at about the 31-yard line. And they call it the 32. It's a fake. Here's Bryan throwing down the middle, and on a great play by Sean Springs to save a touchdown. Brian Greasy, the holder, a quarterback, stood up, threw the ball down the middle of the field. He had a receiver. Sean Springs came across and spoiled it, and you've got a penalty flag.
downfield on the offense. Penalty will be declined. First down.
So Ohio State's defense is equal to the challenge, but just barely.
Watch a tight end come straight down the middle. It's a great play by Spring, wide open, and he just gets back to knock it away.
What a great play by Sean Spring, and the Buckeyes take over.
Budweiser, always brewery fresh.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Dig it.
Introducing the best thing to happen to breakfast in a generation. New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Sweet life is calling, I'm falling for something bold. It's a kick, it's a crunch taste of honey and a heart of gold.
Sweet honey and nuts baked to an incredible crunch. And under it all, the simple goodness of Kellogg's Corn Flakes, the heart of gold.
Something new that never grows old.
New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Taste of honey and a heart of gold.
With the all-new Dodge Dakota, we offer a choice. A torquey Magnum 4 that is not the typical wimpy whiner, a serious high-output Magnum V6, and a real live Magnum V8. The only V8 in its class. 468. Now who do you appreciate? The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
This tradition began back in 1913, and when it happens, over 10,000 people show up. They bring back people like Earl Bruce from the past to rouse them as the seniors hit the tackle one last time before the last game. A great tradition in college football.
Got a new quarterback for the Buckeyes, Stanley Jackson, who started 8 times this season.
No, he started.
That's right. But
10 times.
10 times, yeah. But Jermaine came in and played most of the game up at Indiana last week.
Right.
But his last 3 starts have been shaky, and it'll be interesting to see how he performs now.
Now they've done this all year long. Both quarterbacks have played all year.
Pepe Pearson is lined up behind him. Jackson's numbers are pretty good on the year. He can run the football. He turns the ball and gives it into the belly of Matt Keller, the fullback, and Keller bangs it in there for about 6 yards, maybe 7.
Stanley Jackson brings a little bit different dimension to that quarterback position for the Buckeyes. When he's in there, defenses have to realize, hey, this guy can run. He is a great athlete. They'll get him out on the corner, or if he even drops back to pass and just takes off, he is a tremendous runner.
You've got to be aware. Buster Tillman is in now, and he goes in motion. D. Miller is also in at a wideout. Pitch the ball back to Pearson, and Pearson will pick up a couple of yards. College football on ABC Sports is brought to you by the new Dodge. It's about change. And Thrifty Car Rental, renting cars with pride worldwide. Best of all, it's thrifty.
37, Gerald Irons, the inside linebacker, who has led this team in tackles 2 of the years of his 4 that he's played. Just flows and makes the hit there again.
It'll be 3rd down and 2 for Ohio State. Stanley Jackson replacing Jermaine at quarterback. And he hands it off to Pearson, who finds daylight on the right side, and Pepe Pearson makes it Ohio State first down up around the 44-yard line. So Pearson, every once in a while, finding daylight.
Both defenses very aggressive, Keith, sending a lot of guys, sending safeties on blitzes. That time 3rd and 3 or less. Safeties were blitzing, and he ran right by him.
Pearson now with 81 yards here in the first half and 9:25 to go in the second quarter. Change the play. Michigan shifts the defense a little bit. Jackson back. Takes off. That's what he brings to the ballpark. He looked over the field. He saw nothing. There was a seal block on the right side, and off he went.
Now, everybody this week in Columbus has been talking, giving their opinion on who they think should start. We mentioned that Jackson has started the first 10, and Jermaine has come in and played well. They all say it's a controversy. I don't agree with that, Keith. I think it's a competition. I think Cooper has handled it very well. We have two guys that can win for us. Jackson can win and Jermaine can win. In this business about a controversy, you play 2 or 3 tight ends, 2 or 3 running backs, you play a lot of wide receivers. Why, if you play more than one quarterback, is it a controversy?
Because somebody decides that it is. Talk about it on the radio, or they write about it in the newspaper, and bingo. Yep. This is Jermon Jackson. And Jackson is very close to a first down. Maybe a little short. Tonight on ABC, the world premiere of the movie that'll make you believe, Ted Danson starring in Loch Ness, followed by an all-new Relativity, all tonight on ABC. Throwing rocks in the Loch Ness they'll be doing.
Ah, lad.
I remember when our youngest Christopher stood on the shore old Urquhart Castle and skipped rocks across the loch. 48-yard line, 3rd down and 1. Pearson. Oh, Irons got him with some help from Ben Huff. And it's close. Huff got the first piece of him, and then Irons took him down, and it depends on the spot. Chains are coming.
Jared Irons, 37, is a 4-year starter. They're double-teaming Carr, number 96, so you haven't heard much from him. Now they're pulling him back. Hankins is helping to try and keep him from making that first down.
Got it. Irons has 12 tackles in today's ball game, 429 career tackles. He's second all time now. He's gone past Eric Anderson, and only Ron Simpkins is in front of him, and I don't think he can catch Simpkins, as you see the numbers there. In fact, I know he can't.
He's had some injury problems this year. In fact, it wasn't moving around as well, but he can handle that inside stuff if you run right at him.
Ball is just inside the 47. Stanley Jackson on a blitz. Gets away from it for the moment. And still throws the ball. And he's lucky to get it back.
A great effort, but maybe ill-advised, because sometimes it's, you know, when the party's over, just fold the tent and take the sack, and don't get any mistakes.
20.
Well, Keith, you know, one of the great assets for both of these teams' passing attack is that each team has one of the top 2 cornerbacks in the league in Sean Springs and Charles Woodson. That means every day for the receivers on one-on-one drills, they go against the best. So when the Boston or when Stanley comes up against Woodson, they're very confident that they can make some things happen, Keith.
There's a speed burner in the backfield right now. Michael Wiley at tailback. He's another one of those freshmen that he can fly. There's a sample right there. Michael Wiley from Spring Valley, California. You give him a little daylight, and all you're going to hear is that whoosh as he goes by.
You know, David Boston is a true freshman starting at wide receiver, and this young man, I said to Cooper yesterday, I said, is this the best recruiting class that you've had? He says, well, yeah, I think it is. I said, you know, 2 true freshmen starting on a team that's ranked 2nd in the nation. So look at Boston, but he said, you know, that class that we have that's graduating this year with Belisari and Miller and Vrabel and Finkus and Fickle, pretty good class too.
Not bad. This is Pearson, and Pepe can't get away. Copenhagen, 43, was out there and wouldn't let him get around the corner. So now they've got a 4th down coming up, and it's now 4th and about 5. They'll have to kick it.
Now, this is an area, Keith, that if you've got any kind of gimmicks in your kicking game, that you might pull something out here, because even if you don't make it and you turn it over, it's not that bad a field position to turn it over in.
Bartholomew's 3rd punt of the day. Charles Woodson is standing back at the 10-yard line. The wind's now at Bartholomew's back. He wants to pop it up and kill it deep, but he's knocked it too far. Oh, look at this.
Great play.
What a great play in the end zone. by Antoine Winfield. Winfield, who stepped up in the Penn State ball game and played at cornerback in relief of the injured Ty Howard, played so well, has made another big contribution.
You just can't do it any better than this. Over your head, a defensive back catches it, keeps his feet out of the end zone, and throws it back as his momentum carries him in.
You told us you wanted a truck with more playful performance. So for the all-new Dodge Dakota, our engineers matched quick ratio steering with a precision-tuned suspension, making it a blast to drive. Now, when Dakota responds precisely to your input, you'll know it's because we did too. The new Dodge Dakota. It's full of surprises.
My athletic competition at the University of Michigan was very significant in helping to prepare me for my political life later on. You learn teamwork, and teamwork is important not only on the athletic field, but in the political arena. I learned hard work is a necessary ingredient. I always believe the harder you work, the luckier you are.
Whether it be the fact that we have the best damn marching band in the land, whether it's the fact that we have on a Saturday afternoon the most stunning Spirit in America in our great Ohio Stadium, whether it be that we have this remarkable program in dance, which is consistently said to be the best in the nation, whether it's that oval and walking across that oval, but there is a strong tradition at Ohio State.
Our Marriott moment today takes us back to November 1984. Keith Myers was the man as he ran for 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns as Ohio State beat Michigan 21-6 and went to the Rose Bowl. 1984. Here's the last play from the blimp.
It's a great play, no matter where you saw it from.
That's right. Goodyear blimp, screw the back there.
You know, they practice that all the time in practice, Keith, but very rarely do you get an opportunity to do it that well in the game.
From the 1-yard line, they try to just wedge it out. It actually was not even the 1. It was about a 1.5 feet from the goal line.
You're starting on your own 1-yard line, and you're going against this defense. The improvement from the right side in 95 to 96. They said they had a lot of returning starters. True freshman stepped in the middle, and Andy Katzenmoyer and played well. And a change in the coordinators. Fred Puckett is now the coordinator defensively, and the style is a little bit more aggressive, attacking a little bit more.
Chris Howard, the deep back. Second down. Dreisbach throwing out of the end zone, and it is incomplete. And oh my goodness, he just barely got that thing away. Damon Moore almost had him in the end zone for 2.
Dreisbach is not going to see a safety from his left side, or our left side, coming. He gets this ball away just in time. You see there's nothing downfield. And he threw it away. That's a smart throw. Michigan's offense not doing a lot so far.
3rd down and 9 from the 2. Crowd getting into it now. They're at the closed end. Fumble! Michigan keeps it. It'll be 4th down. There's a penalty flag on the other side of the field.
Well, that's the last thing you want to see if you're Lloyd Carr, is a fumble on your own 1-yard line.
Buckeyes are going to get hit with a penalty offside.
5-yard penalty. Down remains 3rd.
So it'll be 3rd down and 2 now.
Cooper's thinking just force him to punt. Don't let them make a first down, then we'll get the ball and we'll continue the drive we had offensively on our last series. Michigan, of course, just wants a first down.
It's not going to be third down at 2. Let's see, 5 yards from the 2. It'll be third down and a long 3.
Yeah.
They're putting 3 seconds back on the clock. Ball is at the 7. That's more like 4 yards.
Closed into the horseshoe. Hard to hear down there.
Nobody behind him, so Dreisbach's going to put it up. Just missed in the backfield. The pass is away and thrown into the crowd. And it was Katzenmoyer, 45, that broke through and was climbing up his back and made him throw it away.
Aggressive defense. Fred Puggage, coordinator. Number 45 is Katzenmoyer, blitzing. He is a linebacker who has 9 sacks and 16 tackles behind the line of scrimmage, and that is why, because he's through the line of scrimmage so often.
Now Peristeris is standing deep in his end zone. And David Boston is waiting at the 45 on the Michigan side. Ohio State handled the ball. Very good field position. It's kicked away from Boston. Now bounces back toward the center of the field, and he has no chance to make a play on it. And it's finally going to roll dead at about the 46-yard line. So there, Ohio State will take over. 5:06 to play in the first half, leading 3-0. Well, one of the great rivalries in college football will take place tonight down in the South. Auburn and Alabama. Lord, I've seen a few of those. You'll see it tonight at 7:30 only on ESPN. If Alabama wins tonight, that puts them in the championship game of the SEC against Florida on December 7, a game that you'll see on ABC Sports.
LSU is pulling for Auburn to win because if LSU wins their last game, then they're in that game.
Stanley Jackson is the quarterback. Looking to throw it, goes down the middle, and the ball is underthrown. Had his man.
He sure did. It's a poor throw, Keith. Tight end was down the middle, and he had him. He just needed to get it up a little bit.
DJ Jones.
DJ is our friend who sat out last year, the tight end with the heart surgery. And it's great to see him back this year. It's a great story. Not many players come back from open heart surgery. I mean, they come back from a knee or an ankle or a shoulder, but there's Lumpkin. He's the backup. He's a big target, 6'8".
Second down and 10. Jackson rolls out, taking some people with him, handing the ball off to Matt Keller as he performed the rollout. And the second time today that Keller's picked up pretty good gain on that play.
And what you said is very true, Keith, about Jackson taking some defensive men with him as he continued to roll out.
Keller, if you remember, showed up as a redshirt freshman in, what was it, the Penn State game or the Wisconsin game? One of those. He made a couple of real big plays.
Yeah, and a good receiver. He's caught 14
very
balls.
Very good receiver, yep. He stays in. First down. Ball is inside the 45. Here's the pass. Long to Demetrius Stanley. Gets away from one, and he is thrown out of bounds down around the 35-yard line. This is the kind of game that Jackson excels at. Movement, short stuff.
Yes. Sprint out, get him outside the pocket, throw on the run. He can throw on the run very well. When you're outside the pocket, it's not, you don't have to, you take all the mental part out. You don't have to read anything. You just look downfield and see who's open and got the arm, get it there.
Second down and 1 for the Buckeyes. Ball handed to Pepe. And he's got his first down, looks like. Very close to it. Pretty good collision over there, though, as he turned back inside. And the man very slowly climbing to his feet is Dadrian Taylor, number 28. Looks like he may have to leave.
Yeah, and Chuck Winters, the backup, fifth-year backup senior at that position, the free safety, is not here today. Winters was a starter all last year.
They'll measure for the first down. He's got it. Tommy Hendricks, number 41, will replace Taylor in the secondary. He's the nickelback.
Hey, Bob?
Yeah.
You know, it seems to me that Ohio State on this drive is having a great deal more success because they're putting that ball in the air on first down. As you guys have noted, Michigan's defense has carried them throughout the year, but if they get them back on their heels and they can't put their ears back, they can't predict when they're going to throw the football, then it's to the advantage of Ohio State.
I think it's a more wide open attack with Stanley Jackson in there.
Demetrius Stanley is the wide receiver that's down at the bottom of your picture, and Jackson back looking around for somebody.
No pressure. There's pressure.
There's some. That'll be Big William Carr from Dallas, Texas. So that's a pretty substantial loss.
The dancing bear, William Carr, he's been double teamed most of the game. He's the nose tackle, and the beneficiary of him being double teamed has been Jared Irons, who has 11 or 12 tackles.
Talking to those guys.
Second down and 16. Loss of 6 yards on the sack. Pearson. Almost. Charles Woodson and a shoestring keeps him out of the end zone.
It's interesting that they're running to the right side behind Goldston and Daniels. Look to the right. Goldston is number 50. There's a nice block by Keller on Irons. And, you know, it amazes me that this offense lost Eddie George last year, the Heisman Trophy winner, and Dudley, the tight end, and Hoying, and all these guys, and they come right back. It's a great tribute to the offensive staff here, I think.
Pearson now with 98 yards, got to be on 20 carries, got it again. And on the first down play, there isn't anything there. There was penetration by number 93, Sam Sword. That helped spoil it. Jermon Jackson comes on now as Pearson gets a little breather. Matt Keller is back at the fullback position. It is second down and 10. Taylor is back defensively for Michigan. Number 28, the free safety. Jermon Jackson finds a little bit of daylight, but can't turn it back in where the real big stuff was, and he's taken down at the 19-yard line.
So look at Joe Hollis. What a great job he has done with the transition from last year's skill position players who left and went on to the NFL. 3 number 1s and a number 3 draft choice, and he replaced them. And they're just doing better this year than they did last year. Walt Harris, the quarterback coach. You got Chuck Stobert, Tim Spencer. Just doing a great job with that offense.
Keller's the single back. They put Wiley into the backfield, but he goes to wide out now, and Jackson throws it down the middle and throws a bad pitch.
That's why Stanley Jackson has been sharing time with Jermaine, because that ball was overthrown and Wiley was open. Take a look. This is who he was throwing to now. It's a freshman, so he may not be exactly where he's supposed to be at the right time, but he was open.
And Josh Jackson will come on now and try a field goal, try to make it a 6-0 ball game as the offense bogs down. Minute and a half remaining in the first half of play. The ball will be spotted at the 26. It's with the wind. It'll be a 36-yard. He made from 21 before. This one is up, and it is right down the highway. So it's 6-0. The Buckeyes lead. Now let's check in with John Saunders at our studios in New York.
All right, Keith, thanks a lot. Coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96, we'll have all the day's scores and highlights. Todd Blackledge will join me. Also, Tom Osborne, the head coach of Nebraska, will be on live with us from Lincoln to talk about that game between Colorado and Nebraska on next Friday. Right now, Keith, let's take it back to you at the Horseshoe.
The Horseshoe. We be here. One of America's most enduring corporate images, the Goodyear blimp, is giving you this picture, riding around with the soft breeze overhead, the Horseshoe, and it's spectacular, no question about it. Big John, they're going, the studio guys are all going down to Tallahassee, I guess, next week, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
They can come down and
should be a fun environment. Spurrier bringing the Gators. Bobby Bowden will have them ready. See what happens.
Andy Stamp will kick it off. It's Shaw. And Williams waiting. That's a line drive kick down to the 1. It's Williams. And he almost got a hold. Not quite. Coming down for the tackle is Anthony Gwynn. The Ohio State coaches say this is their play of the year. Game was tied 10-10. Watch Katzenmoyer 45 show up, hit the Indiana quarterback. Ball's rolling around. Matt Pincus picks it up and heads for the end zone. That broke the tie and set the Buckeyes on their way to a 10-point win over the Fighting Hoosiers. It is Brian Greasy at quarterback, the 2-minute offense, and he throws the pass that's caught. You got a minute and 15 seconds to play in the first half. High Streets made the catch on his knees. Gained about 6 yards.
This is a wide open offense. Woodson is in there, along with 3 other wide receivers.
Got 4 wideouts. Pass to this side is short. Russell Shaw was over here, and the ball didn't get there. So that'll stop the clock at 53 seconds to go in the first half. 6-0, Ohio State has the lead.
Michigan hasn't done anything in the first half. They threatened with a field goal, which was a fake field goal attempt. But other than that, they've had the ball 4 times, and 3 times they've been 3 and out.
Chris Floyd is the protector back there for Greasy. Working out of the shotgun. Pressure's coming, and they got him. Andy Katzenmoyer blitzing on the play.
It looked to be a quarterback draw, Keith.
Might have been. So time called by Michigan to stop the clock at 47 seconds to play in the first half, and they'll be looking at 4th down and 7.
Be the first to experience the magic.
My God.
Feel the wonder.
I'm gonna blow this mouth out of the water.
And see the movie Entertainment Weekly rates the best of the week on any network.
There's something here that's 40 feet long.
A charmer.
I have to see it before I can believe it. You'll never solve the mystery of the law.
Ted Danson in the adventure that will make you believe.
It says coming straight at us. It's moving too fast.
Loch Ness tonight.
47 seconds. You've got everybody huddled on the sideline. The Michigan sideline is maybe they've got something special they want to try, but with 47 seconds to play, it better work.
Did Michigan call timeout, or did Ohio State?
It should be. See, they said Michigan earlier.
Yeah,
they pointed at Michigan, but it is Ohio State.
They just corrected it.
Yeah. So it's a Buckeye timeout, not Michigan. So we've straightened that out. And here we go with the Peristeris punt.
They had 1 blocked last week.
High kick, not very long. Fair catch. That'll get a penalty. Michigan man coming downfield ran into him as he was coming up trying to make the fair catch. And Ohio State's got pretty good field position out of here. Andre Weathers was the Wolverine that was involved.
Yeah, Carr is saying that he was pushed into him. He was being blocked and fighting him off.
We have interference with the opportunity. 2-yard radius foul. 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
Here it is right here. He was fighting him off for a while, and then at the very end, he was clear. All right.
44-yard line, 1st down, and Jermaine is back. So they bring in the longer rifle here with 40 seconds to play.
2 timeouts.
They've got Boston and Stanley now at the bottom of the picture as wide receivers. He can haul it. Jermaine's pass is thrown to Stanley at the 15-yard line, a 1st down. Clock stops. 34 seconds to go in the first half.
behind the defense. This is all 4 receivers just going straight down the field. Jermaine with a nice touch and a nice read.
Put it on the 14-yard line. First down, Ohio State. 34 seconds. Jermaine looking around, throws it over the head of Matt Keller.
He wanted to go downfield, and he waited, and then finally just dumped it off.
2 field goals, all the scoring we've had, both for the Buckeyes, and they're in position to get a third if they don't get it in the end zone.
Now the clock here, 29 seconds, really does not come into play. They have plenty of time. They've got 2 timeouts left. They can run 3 plays here.
Right?
Yeah, they can make 3 plays and try and get in the end zone.
Now they put Boston on one side, Stanley on the other side. And run it. Heavy Pearson still going down to the 5, down to the 4. And that's not a first down, so that clock should keep running. But
use a timeout.
Stopped by Ohio State. The Buckeyes have 1 timeout remaining and even 20 seconds to play in the first half. That puts Pearson over 100 yards of the ball game. He now has 107 on 22 carries in the first half.
Came in to the ball game today averaging 125 yards a game.
So that little 5-yard penalty, that helped. Running into the would-be catcher of the punt. Then the strike from Jermaine to Stanley. Run by Pearson. Now they're camped at the 4-yard line with 20 seconds to play. It'll be 3rd down and 1. That's something to consider too. Here is Lumpkin, a big guy who's 6'8", 270-pound sophomore, who has come out onto the field, and he's going to go into the ball game. So he's a tight end.
Tight ends are good targets down here, Keith, especially the size of Ohio State tight ends. They are both big. Jones is 6'4", but Lumpkin is 6'8".
If they don't score here, then you're going to be looking at 3 probably.
What's your pick out here on the...
DJ Jones is in the far corner of the end zone. Jermaine looking for him and throws and... no good.
Almost made a great catch.
Whew. Adrian Taylor was back there and just kept it away.
Almost made a great catch.
It's Pearson.
He throws the ball away from the defense. I thought that was going to be a little short to begin with. That would have been a great catch, but Cooper is not taking any chances. He wants the sure 3 points.
So Josh Jackson trots in. He's had field goals of 21 and 36 yards, and this will be another 21-yard attempt. Bartholomew, the punter, holds it, and Kevin Hauser, a tight end, snaps it. 12 seconds to go in the first half. It's almost certainly going to be 9-0 Ohio State, but 7 seconds do remain on the scoreboard, and so consequently we will have a kickoff. Next Saturday at noon Eastern Time, Danny Werfel of the Florida Gators will be hard on the sights of people like Renard Wilson and Peter Boulware. It'll be the Gators and Seminoles right here on ABC Sports.
You talk about neighborhood rivalries. We got a pretty good one here, but that one down there, oh boy.
Florida State and Florida, both those teams undefeated. Here, Ohio State is undefeated.
What's that Florida State flag doing up here? It's Big Ten country.
Well, they have played these 2 teams. Probably.
Ooh, Florida State?
Yes. At one time or another. 7 seconds remaining. And the kickoff. Low line drive. It's going to bounce around, and it's going to be finally picked up by Russell Shaw. But Shaw won't go much upfield. And now we have 3 seconds to play. So they'll get 1 snap if they hurry. I guess maybe Michigan, if they've got something in the catalog labeled trickery,
yeah,
it would be a good time right here.
This is the one you want the coach to call.
I don't see anything. It's just Brian Greasy in a quarterback takes a snap, takes a knee, and it's over. And at halftime, it is Ohio State 9 on 3 field goals, and Michigan nothing. Now John Saunders.
All right, Keith, thanks a lot. Coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96, Todd Blackledge will be here. We'll go through the day's scores and highlights, plus be joined by Tom Osborne. It's all coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96.
Life isn't just measured in days or years. It's measured in doorways and walkways, or a favorite sweater long outgrown. At State Farm, we give our policyholders a yardstick of their own. It's called the Family Insurance Checkup. It helps them measure their own needs and pick the coverage that's right for them. So call your agent for a checkup, because insurance, like other things in life, is something you never want to outgrow.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
People call you guys bunny spotters, is that right?
Bunny spotters. I think that it trivializes what we do. It's much larger than that.
I mean, once you've seen it, you can never go back. There's no other pink like that. Who's been through here?
Bum, bum,
see anything yet?
bum, 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 bum.
I've seen it 16 times. To watch somebody find it, see it for the first time.
Whoa! I feel very fortunate to be here because, you know, when we're all gone, I'm still going to be out there.
It's country driving. It's fancy coat and tie. Ooh, it's the football team, your beauty queen. It's why we're right nearby.
Call now. For just $19.95 a day, you can rent a Dodge Neon or similar compact car from Thrifty.
Best of all is Thrifty, coming through like we knew we would.
Visa salutes American Olympic champions. In 1984, the Olympics provided a platform for handicapped athletes, and Sharon Hedrick turned in a great performance in the 800 meters.
They are strong, they're powerful, and they take a great deal of pride. They go to win this thing.
Hedrick set a new world record. In continued support of amateur athletics, Visa today is proud to donate another $1,000 to the U.S. Olympic team to support future Olympic hopefuls in their quest for the gold.
Take a stroll down memory lane at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
You crushed my knee, it was your toes. You broke my ribs, it was your nose. Ah, yes. I remember it well. You sacked me once. I sacked you twice. In pouring rain. No, it was nice. Ah, yes.
But when you go, don't forget your Visa card, because the Hall takes the NFL's best, but not American Express.
See ya, Nitschke.
It's Butkus.
Ah, yes.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Valvoline Halftime 96, brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline. From our New York studios, John Saunders and Todd Blackledge.
9-0 is the score after the first half, and you talked about it in the pregame. You said the difference between Ohio State being knocked off last year by Michigan and this year was Ohio State's defense.
Yeah, it's a stifling defense, and they really get after you with the blitz packages. And Michigan had some good field position early in the game, could not capitalize it. Michigan playing well on defense. Pepe Pearson very workmanlike, running the football over 100 yards in the first half.
Ohio State trying to stay perfect as they head to the Rose Bowl. Let's get to the scores and highlights. It is rivalry weekend, and Lavelle Edwards knows if he can knock off Utah, he'll be headed to the WAC championship game against Wyoming. Mike Fouts intercepted by Murabrook, and he returns it 5 yards. BYU had a 3-0 lead, and then Brian McKenzie on the ground. Really, BYU not throwing as much today.
No, you know you got Sarkisian, 32 touchdown passes, but BYU doing with defense and running. Brian McKenzie over 100 yards in the first half.
And again, the winner goes on to face Wyoming in the WAC championship game December 7th right here on ABC. Rutgers against Notre Dame. It is the final home game for Lou Holtz, and right now it looks like he's going to go at a winner up 21-0. Now, the word we have is that Bob Davie will replace him. His assistant and defensive coordinator, he will replace Lou Holtz in January, and it looks like a move that makes sense.
Yeah, it really does make sense for a couple reasons. First of all, Notre Dame's program doesn't need reconstructed like it did when Holtz came in '85. This way, you maintain some continuity with the existing players and the players that they're recruiting right now. And secondly, it makes sense because if Gary Barnett was their #1 choice and he says no, does Notre Dame want to take the chance of having the same thing happen with the #2 or #3 choice? Here's a guy already there, he's capable, and he wants the job.
He wants the job, that is the key word. All right, North Carolina against Duke. Duke still looking for a first victory of the year, and Chris Keldorf carted off. It looked like an ankle problem. He will not return. Dislocated it was. Leon Johnson on the option. Danae Brown, 41 yards, and this one sets up a touchdown. North Carolina trying to bounce back from that disappointing loss to Virginia last week.
Yeah, 2 very tough weeks. First, they lose their Alliance Bowl bid with the loss to Virginia. Now they lose their quarterback, but trying to hang in there for the victory over winless Duke.
Syracuse against Temple. Syracuse trying to remain unbeaten. There's Ron Dickerson. We'll have more on him later. Kyle McIntosh, 13 yards on this touchdown run. Syracuse trying to win the Big East Championship.
And a big salute to Coach Paul Pasqualoni and his staff. We've talked about Tommy West, what he's done at Clemson, keeping his team together after a rough start. Same thing for Pasqualoni. 2 losses. Now they've won 7 in a row. Syracuse right back where they want to be.
West Virginia against Virginia Tech, and really a strange situation for Virginia Tech. Druckenmiller to Cornelius White, 35 yards. Tech could wind up with 1 loss and out of the Alliance.
Yeah, they've been on a roll ever since they lost to Syracuse, but that's the loss that's going to come back to bite them in the end.
All right, Boston College against Miami. Tony Gator had a 76-yard touchdown reception, and Miami is rolling over Boston College 24-8. Indiana and Purdue, last game for both of these coaches. Bill Mallory is out and Jim Coletto as well, and Joe Tiller will replace Jim Coletto at Purdue. He was an assistant there, defensive coordinator some years ago. He has the job. He will coach Wyoming through the rest of this season. Kansas against Missouri in a game that's going to wind up ending a season that hasn't been that terrific for either team. 14-10 right now. Kansas is surprising, just 2-5 in the Big 12. Navy and Georgia Tech, and Navy has jumped out to a 7-0 lead. Mississippi and Georgia. John Avery had a touchdown run. Ole Miss, though, is trailing Georgia 21-14. Yale against Harvard. Harm Koza, his final game as the head coach of Yale after some 34 years. And Ion Hu to Colby Skelton for a 37-yard run. It sets up a 2-yard touchdown run as Harvard jumps on top 14-0. As you know, they just call this one the game. Dartmouth and Princeton, it's a low-scoring affair, 3-0. And Columbia leads Brown 7-zip in the Ivy. Lehigh and Lafayette, well, this is the oldest rivalry in all of college football. The coin toss is even worth taking a look at. Leonard Moore runs 26 yards, and it leads to a Lafayette touchdown later as they would get on the board first. And right now, leading at 16-0. Colgate and Bucknell all tied up at 14 apiece. Toledo against Ohio in the MAC. It's a 7-3 contest. Furman over Tennessee Chat by 7. Northeastern with the same score over top of New Hampshire. Now, some strange happenings in the coaching ranks. Bob Sutton at Army has been extended. That is not strange. But Ron Dickerson gets his contract extended. He has done a very good job there. The reason it's strange is because he actually resigned earlier this season when he lost to Pitt in a game they had a big lead to.
I don't blame the university if they fired me right now. I told the team I was resigning at the end of the season. I lost this football game today.
But he has been extended. These guys have not. Buddy Tevens at Tulane and Al Moldy, despite winning his last 2 games and going out a winner, 2-9, he has been fired by Western Michigan. Back in a moment.
What do you get when you cross a high-quality conventional motor oil with an advanced formula synthetic? A revolutionary oil that protects better than regular oils, yet costs less than full synthetics. DuraBlend from Valvoline. Valvoline's the #1 choice of top mechanics.
Go for the gold. The new Rebel G. Get the ultimate rush.
It's back, the Goodyear Buy 3, Get 1 free sale. Right now, buy 3 selected Goodyear tires at regular price. And the 4th tire is free. So call 1-800-GOODYEAR today and get on the line with your local retailer.
In extreme
extreme temperatures, yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer enough corrosion protection. Because today's multi-metallic engines are more susceptible to damage than ever, they need Zerex. Extreme protection for today's engines.
Drug and alcohol abuse has become so common that most of us know someone who is a user.
Maybe that someone is a classmate. Maybe he or she is a relative or a friend. Maybe that someone is you.
If you're involved in substance abuse, it's not too late to stop. There are programs and people in your community who are ready to help, if you're willing to help yourself.
Think about it. If you stop using drugs and alcohol,
you can stop wasting your money, your friendships, and your life.
Welcome back to Valvoline Halftime 96. John Saunders alongside Todd Blackledge here at the Ledge with a reminder. Next Friday at 2:30 Eastern Time, a huge game between Nebraska and Colorado. The winner goes on to the Big 12 championship game. What's it going to take to get there?
Well, John, both teams have a key, and it involves the passing game. For Colorado, it's pass protection. We know they've got Coy Detmer and the explosive wide receivers, but they're going against a Nebraska team that's already registered 44 sacks. Behind those defensive ends, Jared Tomich and Grant Wistrom, these guys really crank it up, particularly at home where the crowd feeds off of the defensive energy. They've also forced 19 interceptions, and many of them directly related to the pressure they put on the quarterback. Now, an offense can do some things to help those guys up front. First, the quarterback can't hold the ball too long. Here's a case where Zebby Lethridge of Texas Tech has got to know if it's not open in 3 seconds, run the ball or throw it away. Avoid the big loss. Secondly, use more 3-step drops. The only team that beat Nebraska, Arizona State, had a lot of success with Jake Plummer on quick throws. And finally, use more screens and draws to keep that defense honest, keep them on their heels. Colorado has a great all-purpose back in Herschel Troutman. This gets him involved early. For Nebraska, the key is passing efficiency. Now, so many teams are concerned with stopping Nebraska's run that they leave themselves vulnerable to the pass. Case in point, last year in this game in Boulder, here's a first down play. Nebraska has a full house backfield, and Colorado has all 11 guys up to stop the run. But it's not a run. It's a play-action pass, and Tommy Frazier throws a touchdown. He had a career day, 241 yards passing. Now, Colorado's defense is even more aggressive this year, and Scott Frost will have similar opportunities. He doesn't have to have a career day, but he has to take advantage of some opportunities and make some plays in the passing game against that aggressive Colorado defense.
Joining us now is Coach Tom Osborne. You just heard Todd talk about it at the Ledge. Would you agree that Scott Frost has to put up some pretty good passing numbers because they're going to key on your rushing game?
Well, John, it's hard to say you have to do any one thing. You know, Todd gave a pretty good analysis of some key factors, I think, in the ball game. You know, the weather could be a big factor. Maybe we got a 50-mile-an-hour wind and 30-degree below wind chill or whatever, which would certainly be to our advantage. But the kicking game has really been a big factor for us this game. We've scored a lot of points in the kicking game. I think the big thing in the ball game is that both teams have good athletes. Colorado has great receivers, but they got good athletes both sides of the ball. And I would agree, I guess, with what Todd says, that it'd probably be important for us to do some good things in the passing game. We're probably not a team that's going to figure on throwing the ball 30, 35 times, but we do need to hit 4 or 5 key passes at some point in the game.
Quickly, Coach, we talked about your defense, the sacks and the interceptions. Do you recall having a defense there at Nebraska that has made more big plays than this year's team?
No, you know, we've had some great defenses from the standpoint of maybe not giving up many yards or many points, but I don't think we've ever had a more disruptive defense where we've just caused a lot of bad things to happen for the opposing offense. But of course, as Todd mentioned, they'll probably try to throw the 3-step drop more. They have great receivers. Detmer has great experience. You know, you're not going to find a more experienced quarterback in college football. So, you know, we may have a more difficult time disrupting them than some of the teams that we've played.
All right, Coach, thanks a lot, and good luck next week against Colorado. You can see that game right here on ABC. It's at 2:30 Eastern Time on Friday, part of a Friday doubleheader. Back in a moment.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of DuraBlend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
Introducing McDonald's Deluxe Sandwiches. They're new, they're big, with fresh toppings and a bakery soft roll. The average adult has over 8,000 taste buds. Get ready to use them all. It's McDonald's with a grown-up taste.
Tom Cruise. Mission Impossible. Rated PG-13. Now on sale where video cassettes are sold.
Hey, what's up, John? Hey, what's up, man? Watch the curve. Yeah, well, he's driving like my grandmother.
Yeah, you drink like mine.
Give me a break, man. Watch it.
The idea is to keep the car on the road.
Yeah. How about give me another drink?
Yeah, right. I think you've had enough of that.
I think you're right. Give me the wheel. Yeah, hold on, man.
I got it, man.
Yo, man, just chill out, man.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you about giving them out, man.
Valvoline Halftime 96. Brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline.
Second half is coming up, but first, here's a look at what we have in the second half of our doubleheader. Check local listings for the game available in your area and on pay-per-view. And it's time now to introduce the Burger King Scholar Athlete of the Week Award. This week, we feature Mike Vrabel from Ohio State. He has a 3.04 GPA in exercise science. And here's also a look at this week's other student athletic winners from Division I, 1AA, 2, and 3. Burger King and its franchises are proud to donate $100,000 this week to the general scholarship funds of these colleges and universities. Remember, stop by your local Burger King restaurant for details on the College Football Scholarship Fund. And of course, as always, if you missed a score, log on to America Online. Keyword is sports. That's all the time we have. We'll see you after the game. Right now, let's rejoin Keith Jackson. Keith.
All right, John, thanks very much. We're at halftime where our score, as you see, is 9-0, 3 field goals. All the scoring we've had so far as defense has dominated. During this past week, we lost one of the pioneer builders of sports television, Chuck Howard, former senior vice president of ABC Sports. Chuck passed away early Thursday morning. His family was with him. He lost the fight with cancer, but he gave it a hell of a fight. Chuck Howard's fingerprints are on many of our careers and lives in sports television at all networks, and we are all the better for it. This game, college football, was his favorite. He produced games for a quarter century, many of them working with me, many of them with Chris Schenkel and Bud Wilkinson and so on. A lot of those games right here at Ohio State. Chuck Howard is gone. It's a loss for all of us.
They were really growing up fast. Too fast. All Kelly talked about was going to high school, and all I could think about was paying for college. Sure, I played around with a few mutual funds, but I was no expert. So I started talking to someone who could help. A broker at Dean Witter.
We must plan for our clients' future as if it were our own.
Funny. Kids think their parents always have the right answers. I'm just making sure I do.
We measure success, one investor at a time.
Rudolph, I told you, hard right. We're supposed to be in Havana in 5 minutes, guys. Look at my flag. You gotta be kidding me. Look at it. Somebody's in deep trouble.
Oh, yeah.
The VersaPack system by Black & Decker. Versatile, economical, and it makes a great gift.
I don't think Bob will mind.
VersaPack by Black & Decker.
Tomorrow afternoon, women will take over your TV. First, it's the final of the Chase Tennis Championships. Then, Laura Davies, Dottie Pepper, and Golf's Elite play the final round of the ITTL PGA Tour Championship. Tomorrow on ABC.
Drew and Mimi are coming to Sunday night. Drew's a scam artist. Mimi's a ghost.
Are you my master?
I like the sound of that. Watch her take over Lois Lane's body.
Don't listen to me. I'm not me. Shut up!
And outrageous all-new Lois and Clark, ABC Sunday.
Wake up, world. Hyundai's a whole new car company.
You won't listen to me? Then read. Educate yourself. Car and Driver says the Elantra wagon's engine is gutsy. It's actually fun to drive. And a 5-year limited powertrain warranty says reliable, reliable, reliable. Now you've got a very short time to catch on here, because right now this sexy Suburbanite is under 10 grand. This is what Hyundai looks like today, people. Now, are you ready to get in and drive this baby? Get in the car. Now.
Now on the tee, the J.B. Hanauer foursome. Inviting J.B. Hanauer Municipal Bond Specialists to a golf outing may be hazardous to your health. You see, our brokers don't get much time out of the office to play golf. And with municipal bonds more popular than ever, they won't be getting better anytime soon. So if you're looking for a fourth, don't call your J.B. Hanauer broker. But for expert bond advice, call him right away.
Now let me get this straight. What you're saying is all those Delta Sky miles I'm accumulating
Will never expire. Just fly with us once every 3 years.
So 10 years from now, you're still good. Half a century passes.
Still good.
Oh, I'm 104 and I need a vacation.
Have you flown with us once every 3 years?
Absolutely.
Hawaii's nice.
How is OJ affecting his case? Day 2 on the stand, Monday at 5.
Well, a 9-0 ball game at halftime. Teams are out. Weather's still good, almost warm. And here's Lynn Swan.
Thank you, Keith. I talked to Lloyd Carr. He emphasized two things. Number one, the offensive unit of his has got to run the football much better. And number two, the importance to his team of having a good opening drive in the second half. He says, we need to take charge, move the ball down the field. And to that end, his starting quarterback in the second half, he said, will be Bob Greasy. Now, on the other side, John Cooper, that's Bob's son, Brian Greasy, will be starting the ball game in the second half. Now, Cooper said what he wants to do is come out in the second half. They blew some scoring opportunities, but he wants to go back out here, make sure his offense executes. Joe Germain will start for him and move the ball better inside the 20-yard line. Pete?
All right, 20, here we go. The ball on the 35 to be kicked off by Andy Stamp. Michigan will start the second half. Remember, against Penn State last week now, the Wolverines came out storming and hung a touchdown up early on in the third quarter. Terrence Williams is back there along with Russell Shaw. It is going to be Williams. That's not a very deep kick. It's up around the 14-yard line, and Williams finds some daylight and comes all the way out to the 30. And so they get pretty good field position to start.
Here's a look at the numbers. Not much offensively for Michigan. 142 yards rushing for Ohio State. The number of plays, Ohio State has had 23 more plays, 3 first downs in the first half for Michigan only, and almost time of possession almost 2-1 for the Buckeyes. The possessions in the first half, they really had 5 possessions. They punted 4 of the 5, and that last one just before the half.
And stepping under quarterback is Brian Greasy, 6'3", 207 from Coral Gables, Florida. And he turns, hands the ball to Chris Howard. And you remember a year ago now, Brian Greasy stepped in when Dreisbach was injured and started 9 games, right? So he's been there. He knows the heat.
Dreisbach in the first half, 4 of 10. Howard the leading rusher and Howard the leading receiver.
Matter of fact, Greasy was at the throttle a year ago when Biaka Batuka had the big game and Michigan spoiled Ohio State's dreams of an undefeated season. Ball is on the just outside the 31-yard line where it is second down and 9.
That was a different offensive team for Michigan, and this defense for Ohio State is a heck of a lot better, Keith.
9-0 Buckeyes. And Greasy's first pass drilled to Ty Street. He's wide open and gone for a touchdown. So the Michigan Wolverines, just like they did last week, come out in the third quarter and hang a touchdown.
Well, Keith, somebody had to make a big play to get the momentum going and the fire started for the Michigan Wolverines. Take a look look from behind the defense. Three-step, quick slant. Streets just catches it. Springs, number 24, normally their best defensive back and maybe one of the best in the country, slipped. And Streets makes a big play. Had an opportunity last week and didn't come through with it for him.
So the extra point try by Hamilton is good, and just that quickly. Things are kind of tightening up in Columbus at the Horseshoe. 9-7 now, the Buckeyes. Let's see if they can respond.
This is Ford Escort. Did you know that it's new? If you knew that it's new, did you know the wagon's new too? The engine is new, the suspension improved. A safety cell protects but stays out of view. It's quieter inside to shush out the out. But for those who simply must twist and shout, there's premium speakers on a new stereo, so you can get every note and get it to go. This Escort is great. This Escort is nice. This Escort has a very sensible price. So why not check out the newest Escort this season? We've given you every rhyme and rhymed every reason.
Fight that team across the field, show them Ohio's here. Set the earth reverberating with a mighty cheer. Hit them hard and see how they fall. Never let that team get the ball. Hail, hail, the gang's all here, so let's beat Indiana now.
Well, this concludes our tour of the Bud Light Brewery. Thank you very, very much.
Hey, look, everybody. It's a new guy.
Hey, new guy.
Where?
New guy?
Hey, new guy. Name's Jim. Been here since September '93. This here's Fred. He took the tour in '92.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down.
Welcome to paradise.
Make it a Bud Light.
You need anything from the outside, I'm the guy you see. Okay? Chips, pretzels.
Michigan State invades Penn State. USC collides with UCLA or other great regional matchups. It's game 2 of an ABC college football doubleheader next.
Brian Greasy to Ty Street, 69 yards. Michigan's on the scoreboard, 9-7 ball game, and the Wolverines will kick it off now to Ohio State. Feely will kick it. Didn't get much of it. It's fielded way up the field, and Ohio State will have the ball at about the 37-yard line. So the ball was a low bouncer and picked up by, I think, Tom Hoying way upfield.
So look at from behind the defense, another look. Just a slant, which is always good. You don't have to have a lot of protection. Springs slipped on the play. Yep.
Helps to have that corner ball.
Oh, yeah. No question, Springs slipped on it.
Put it on the 36-yard line, and it's first down. Joe Germain is the quarterback for Ohio State now. 9-7. Pearson is behind him with Calhoun. And it's Pearson. And a yard at the most. Jared Irons anchors the middle. He and William Carr, and there was just no room.
Here's a look at the possessions. They had 6 of them, and they scored on 3 of the last 4 possessions, albeit they were only field goals. They had two 12-play drives, a 10-play drive, and a 9, but nothing on the scoreboard but field goals.
Second down, 9. Keller's in the backfield now, fullback for Ohio State. Nothing in the middle, guys. Mr. Irons and Mr. Carr are taking up a lot of room in there.
Definitely was the game plan today for the Buckeyes, is run inside. There's Carr, number 96, Will Carr. He's about 6 foot and 290. And that's what's happening. Carr is taking up 2 blockers, and Irons, number 37, is running free. That's his 14th tackle on the afternoon.
See, that's what I meant about the big ugly shake the tree and the linebackers pick up the tree.
I know what you mean on that, boys.
That ball's thrown right into the hands of Jared Irons, and he dropped it. They're trying to run a slant across the middle, and the intended receiver never touched it. Jared Irons almost had it.
Well, here are the offensive leaders. 5 of 13 was Germain. Pearson carried it 22 times for 107 yards. It's a lot.
Bartholomew is in for his fourth punt of the day. And Woodson is waiting for it. So Ohio State doesn't do anything with the ball on the possession. Pressure's coming. Bartholomew roots it out of there, and Woodson circles under it at the 18-yard line. Looking for a little help. Gets some on the outside, and then loses his own footing. Retreating, goes down at about the 21-yard line. So it's a 44-yarder with a 3-yard return. And Michigan gets the ball back now at 12:19 to play in the third quarter. And if you're a Buckeye fan, you might want to practice holding your breath a little here.
Well, the history of this game is such that Michigan has won it 7 of the last 10 years. As we've noted, John Cooper has only beaten Michigan one time in his 8 years here at Ohio State.
Last time Michigan had it now to start the second half. They went 69 yards on the Greasy the Streets pass. This is pitched back to Williams. And Williams trying to get outside, won't do it. There's all manner of folks intent on destroying him on the sidelines, and they do.
Well, the Michigan offense, Keith, has been shut down by this outstanding defense for Ohio State most of the afternoon. But that one play, that big touchdown play by Streets, will definitely increase the confidence of this Michigan football team. Fred Puckage done an outstanding job with that defense for Ohio State.
Second down and 10 for Michigan. Here comes Streets around the corner on a reverse. And he gets about 7 yards. He's a big, long-legged fella. He doesn't maybe look like he's traveling all that fast, but he covers a lot of real estate pretty quickly. Monday night, Dan Marino will be at home carrying his sack full of records as the Dolphins will be chinning it up with the Pittsburgh Steelers on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. That's a pretty good matchup. Monday night at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific here on ABC.
Has anybody ever thrown it any better than Marino?
I don't know of anybody. I haven't seen him.
Well, that'd be fun. He's from Pittsburgh, so anytime he plays the Steelers, they always have fun.
They have to call a timeout because the time is running out on the play clock, so they spend the timeout pretty early in the third quarter. You don't like to do that.
Ever notice how some things look sweeter than they really are? Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheat Cereal, 98% fat-free. One side's sweet, but one side's wheat for a surprisingly delicious sweet, but not too sweet taste. Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. Don't be fooled by the frosting. Try it.
Is the life for me.
I just adore a penthouse view. Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue.
The chores.
The stores.
Fresh air.
Times Square.
Ford Explorer. It's at home anywhere.
Game 2 on Friday, Colorado's Coy Detmer and bearing down Wistrom and Plumage, the defensive ends of Nebraska. That's at 2:30 Eastern Time next Friday. That follows Texas and Texas A&M here on ABC Sports. Scott Dreisbach had a hyperextended left elbow, and you see he's got ice on it to start the second half. It is Brian Greasy at quarterback. He's hung a touchdown up there for the Wolverines. It is now 3rd down and 4. middle with it. The pass is completed to Jeremy Truman for a first down at the 39-yard line.
Michigan doing a lot of shifting. The tight end moving from one side to the other. The backs moving. The reason they want to do that is to confuse the defense and hopefully get somebody open over the middle, which worked that time.
Winfield Garnett, the big man, 305-pound defensive tackle, has come off the field and put a little quicker man in there. First down for the Wolverines, 39-yard line. Greasy turns and hands the ball off to Chris Howard. And he'll get wrestled down just about the line of scrimmage. 10:50 to go in the third quarter. 9-7 Ohio State. 3 field goals of 21, 36, and 21 by Josh Jackson, accounting for all the Buckeyes scoring. Michigan touchdown early in the third quarter was a 69-yard pass run. Greasy did streets.
The Wolverines, Keith, want to run the football. They only had 27 yards in the first half rushing. They're a rushing team.
Blitz coming. They've got it inside. Stepping in there to make a play is Mike Vrabel, number 94. He got the running back from the backside. Gain of a yard or so. It'll be third down and about 7 now.
And it's tough to run when you got 8 guys up at the line of scrimmage, what the Buckeyes have been doing.
Side, and Greasy's pass is over the middle. It's caught by Williams on the ricochet, and they get a first down out of it. So the ball was tipped at the line of scrimmage, but fell into the arms of Clarence Williams.
Ohio State and Fred Puggage is just putting pressure on Greasy. 2 guys right here. Watch as both of them are going to blitz as the receiver comes around the corner. 2 guys right in his face. The receiver comes around, it's tipped, and fortunately for Michigan, it is caught, and another first down keeps the drive alive.
Ball goes now to the 43-yard line of Ohio State. Greasy's 4 out of 6 for 101 yards so far in the game. Floyd is the single back, and it's passed. He rolls out, throws underneath, a little too high. The pass intended for Marcus Knight.
That's good, though, Keith. I think Michigan has to throw some balls on first down because the Buckeyes are just loading up on first down on the run.
The tailbacks have almost been the messengers, haven't they? In and out all day. Second down and 10. They go to the tailback, Chris Howard. And coming up to get a piece of him early was Ryan Miller. And there's no gain. Shane Clark and Winfield Garnett now in Clark comes in, it appears, on third down plays and third and long, and Garnett goes out. That gives him a little more foot speed on the defensive front. They got 3 wideouts. Back to throw, the pass is away, the pass complete to they're short of the first down. That's very good reaction out of the secondary to stop that play. And, it was the 2 safeties involved, Kelly 34 and Moore 13. So it'll be 4th down and 4 for Michigan.
It's too long for a field goal. This might be an area where they may want to just pooch punt it.
That means Brian Greasy stays in to do that punting. He's been pretty good at that.
Carr was saying that to be a good pooch punter, you got to be a bad punter. I think that's what he is.
And as long as you kill that thing inside the 10-yard line, he gets a smile on the special teams coach. That's a spinner. It may find the end zone. It does. He got too much spin on it. And it sliced its way just far enough. Ohio State will get it out on the 20. They need to do something now in response.
This is Ford Escort. It's new and it's nifty. It's made for the smart, the intelligent thrifty. It's new out and in, has airbags for 2. Even anti-lock brakes are available. Ooh, the trunk, it is huge to hold tremendous treasure. And if your treasure is of stupendous measure, the rear seat folds down to let bigger things in, still leaving room for your next of kin's kin. It has all the whatsits and gidgets, to put it concisely, and Escort's right price should suit you quite nicely.
Good morning. Ty Kirby.
Room 426.
Hello. Ty
Wants
Kirby.
to survive his first interview.
Rubbish. Sit up straight. Don't talk too much.
Good day to you, Mr. Kirby. Good luck, sir.
Good. My lucky shoes. Hello. I'm Ty Kirby. I'm ready.
Marriott, when you're comfortable, you can do anything.
You gotta have fire. Slapping, lapping, fancy flames, flicking chicken from every side until marinated bird and garlic and lime has turned from good into sublime. Oh, what has Chili's thus created? Why, it's margarita grilled chicken consummated, served horizontally, grill marks up on a tostada with a lot of what your mouth waters for. That rib stick and margarita grilled chicken, 'cause Chili's grills like no place else.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Ford Escort. It's new and nifty, made for the smart, the intelligent, thrifty. And Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. The ball is at the 20-yard line. 9-7. Ohio State is leading Michigan by just 2 points. And the Ohio State offense has done nothing so far in the second half. Last time it was the tango. 1-2-3 punt. Joe Germain gets his pass off, and he hits his tight end right on the hands. Fine throw, good catch by D.J. Jones, and it's up to about the 28-yard line. 8 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Even though this is the first game that Joe Germain has started this year, Keith, he is the #1 rated passer in the Big Ten. In fact, both their quarterbacks are at the top. Stanley Jackson and Joe Germain ranked 1 and 2.
Pearson, nothing doing. William Carr took his feet right out from under him, right at the line of scrimmage. Well, Thanksgiving weekend, we don't have a game on Thanksgiving Day, but we got a bunch of them on Friday and Saturday. Aggies and the Horns will start it at 11 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time. It's followed by the Buffaloes and the Cornhuskers at Lincoln in the afternoon. Next Saturday, we've got at noon the Gators and the Seminoles having at it. Nighttime, you've got Notre Dame. Lou Holtz taking the Irish in against Southern California for the last time, for his last time. And that pass is good for the first down as Jermaine rolls out and hits David Boston. Now, Boston has had the big day last Saturday, 13 catches up in Indiana. Has been very quiet today.
It's his first catch. First catch of the day for David Boston, and a nice call. Sprint out, you got 2 receivers on that side, and just pick up the first down.
So the Buckeye offense shows a little life here in the third quarter.
That was a key play for Ohio State, Keith. They had the ball 1 possession in the second half and went 3 and out, and if they didn't pick up that first down, they were looking at kicking it away.
Jermaine looking that way the whole time, throws to D. Miller and gets him. And that'll pick up about 5 or 6 yards, maybe 7. Kind of fun to see George Steinbrenner. George, a big Buckeye fan from Ohio, stopped by having won the Baseball World Series.
Said he went to graduate school here, but he did a little coaching over at Purdue. It wasn't a baseball coach, he was a football coach.
Culver Academy.
Maybe that was why the team was so bad, Dad. I'm just kidding.
Got a Japanese pitcher. He's excited about coming over one of these days. Time called here. It'll be 2nd down and 4 when we get back, as Ohio State is charged with the timeout.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the second year Burger King Corporation is proud to donate $4 million to college scholarship funds, teams of outstanding soccer athletes.
The Big Ten standings, the Buckeyes up there all by themselves. Northwestern, unless they are invited into the alliance, will wind up in Orlando for the CompUSA Florida Citrus Bowl. I think, as far as I'm concerned, one of the surprise teams in that mix up at the top is Michigan State, because Nick Saban and his folks have done a terrific job. This is the bowl commitment for the Big Ten Conference. By contract, those are bowl games that the Big Ten will have.
And they may have a 6th game, Keith, if one of them goes into the alliance. And the most likely that I hear to may go into the alliance would be Penn State. Since they are higher ranked than Northwestern, even though Northwestern has a better record. Penn State is in the top 10, and also Penn State beat Northwestern. So if that's the case, if the alliance takes a 16, then they'll have 6 Big Ten teams in both.
Well, if the Lions get by Michigan State over at Penn State, then they finish 10-2.
Right.
That's not bad.
Kickoff Classic.
On 2nd down and 4. Not much for Pearson. He may have lost. Jared Irons again filled that hole. And now that puts him in a passing fix at 3rd down and 6. Irons now has 16 tackles in this football. Whew. But again, that's where they're running the ball, or trying to.
Right up the middle.
But this play has passed all over. Pressure coming. Down at the 30-yard line, sacked by James Hall, number 56, defensive end. Ohio State's offense continues to struggle here in the 3rd quarter.
Ball's going to come from the right side of our screen. Number 50, that's Goldston. Hall is a quick, smaller defensive end. He just gets around him. Jermaine never saw him.
And so Bartholomew is in for the kick, and it's a good one. Woodson going all the way back to his 15-yard line. Missed by 1 back there. Comes back to the 20 and out to the 22. So he gets a 7-yard return after a monstrous kick of 53 yards by Bartholomew. Tomorrow at 1 Eastern, noon Central and Pacific here on ABC Sports, the season finale of women's tennis, singles final of the Chase Championships. That's at 4 Eastern, 3 Central and Pacific. The LPGA Tour's top money winner will be out on the Las Vegas desert courses, the ITT LPGA Tour Championship. Ball is thrown out to the right to Williams, and Williams takes a solid pop as Katzenmoyer, following the play out there, took him down.
Keith, I think both teams need to throw a little bit more on 1st down. They've both been trying to run it. Not much there in the 2nd half, and I think Ohio State especially needs to loosen up on offense and throw the ball around a little bit on 1st down.
Chris Howard will be the deep back for Michigan. Tailbacks continue to shuffle in and out. Williams being used a lot today in the wideout position. Ryan Greasy at quarterback gives it to Chris Howard. Chris Howard is right at the 1st down marker. He may have his 1st down, but he does. So the Michigan offense showing a little more spirit. And the Buckeyes are in a fight now. They lead 9-7 with 4 minutes and 37 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. So Lloyd Carr's game plan is marching right along.
Yes, he said, I want to be close in the 4th quarter. I want to have an opportunity to win the ball game on the opponent's turf, especially in this stadium.
Howard bounces outside. It's a good run by Chris Howard. Now all of a sudden, the Michigan offensive front's opening some holes for people.
I think it's because of the 1st down throwing, Keith. When you throw on 1st down, then the next first down, the defense doesn't just stack in there to stop the run. There's a look at Michigan in the third quarter. Whatever they said at halftime must have been working, Lloyd Carr and his staff. Here they come.
Howard bounced to the outside and got something out of it. Out to the 46. And that's a first down. They'll move those chains again.
What Michigan has done here, Keith, in the second half has quieted this crowd in the horseshoe. I mean, this is a very tough place to play, especially at the closed end. And by coming out and hitting that big play and now controlling the ball in the second half, they've quieted this crowd pretty well.
Just beyond the 46, first and 10. Chris Howard. A couple of yards. Fickle and Garnett making the stop.
Luke Fickle is a great story, Keith. He was one of the legendary wrestlers in the state of Ohio. He was a heavyweight wrestler. In fact, won the state title 3 years in a row and was undefeated. 6'4" and 270 pounds. He's intelligent. He's 3.28 grade point average.
This is Williams bouncing free, and it's Damon Moore who grabs him by the ankle and keeps him from maybe going all the way. He had a little help out in front. Ty Street was out there to help him.
Take a look from behind the defense. Michigan doing a nice job of blocking. Katzenmoyer gets knocked down, and when your middle linebacker gets knocked off his feet, you know there's going to be some running room if you get through the line of scrimmage.
So it's on the 40 now as Brian Gracie's running the offense, and on the Ohio State 40-yard line. Give it to Williams. And he's close to the 35. Now they're finding 4, 5, 6 yards on first down runs. 2:20 to play in the third quarter, 9-7, a 2-point lead for the Buckeyes. An undefeated season on the line for them here. They've got the ticket to the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. But they've got to beat Michigan today in order to have a chance at a national championship.
And they were saying, we don't want to talk about the Rose Bowl, we just want to talk about Michigan.
The line of scrimmage, but there were penalty flags on both sides of the field as you saw the movement along the line by both sides. We'll see which one they point to. Probably offside. Yes, that's it.
It looked like Greasy may have gotten them to jump. You know, we've seen in the last couple of weeks, Keith, where the quarterbacks get into a rhythmic cadence and the linebackers.
5-yard penalty is not enough for a first down. Repeat second down.
The linebackers get that cadence down and they get in there and their timing on their blitzes is good.
Yeah, we saw that last week.
Yes. You need to vary up your cadence, early, long, short, quick counts.
Give them a hard count or a soft count.
Just control. Offensively, you need to control the line of scrimmage in the snap count.
Second down and 1 after the penalty. And they sneak it and pick it up. So now you're looking at first down near the Ohio State 28-yard line. And John Cooper's concerned about it.
Well, you can see the concern in his face, and I think what he's concerned about is that the momentum has switched here in the second half. With the big touchdown that Michigan got now, the controlling, they're taking the ball down methodically on this defense of his, which was really played well all year.
Staying with the run. Chris Howard.
Chris Howard carried. Right there to make the stop.
Here's another reason why Michigan is playing a little bit better today. Look at the turnovers that they've had the last 2 games. And their special teams are playing much better here today.
Even if they don't get it in the end zone in this possession, they're gradually getting close enough for a field goal drive, which would give them the lead. Blitz coming. And they almost break it. Williams could not quite pop out to the outside. Katzenmoyer and Miller, two linebackers, stop it.
Watch Freddie Puggett's the defense, and watch the two safeties of his. He says, I've had enough of this. You've taken it down methodically on me. Watch as his two safeties time it very well, and they're just up there blitzing. Now, if the running back can get away from Miller, there was a lot of room to run.
Third down and 8. Greasy coming off the snap, almost fell down, throws it down the middle of the field, and it's incomplete. He had to get rid of it in a hurry because Rob Kelly was all over it.
Well, they were coming again. Kelly is the free safety. This defense has changed so much in a year, Keith. Last year it was kind of a bend, don't break, and this year it's an attacking defense.
He stumbled coming off the snap, which sort of spoiled the rhythm of the play. Randy Hamilton, the ball's going to go down at the 33-yard line, so it'll be a 43-yard field goal try. He got it! Squeezed just enough out of it. And it just cleared the crossbar at the end of the third quarter. And it's now Michigan 10, Ohio State 9. We'll be back after this message and the word from our ABC station.
Here's something I want you to think about. Discus athletic. Athletic were made for whatever you like to do. Like biking, football, and for you Europeans, football. One brand for every sport. You can't say that about these outfits. My, the unitard, that is special. Unnecessary spending, 20 yards. So, no matter what your game, choose Discus Athletic. One thing to wear. But pick your colors carefully.
My name is John Anderson, born in 1914.
My age is 90.
George Hartman, I'm 101.
As we approach our 100th anniversary, we honor those who worked at the side of Henry Ford. Their spirit and commitment to quality lives on in every man and woman of today's Ford Motor Company.
When the schedule came out, everybody circled this one. Number 1 Florida meets number 3 Florida State. It's the game you've been waiting for. Next Saturday on ABC's College Football.
The Toyota Smile. You'll see it anywhere you find a Tacoma 4x4. America's #1 selling compact 4x4. This month, smiles are even bigger with up to $750 in customer cashback savings. Or get up to $2,000 customer cashback on all T100s. Toyota's tough full size. And when it comes to financing, your Toyota dealer can bring a smile there too. Find out now how a new Toyota will put a smile on your face.
Is it important to have a good breakfast before you go out fishing?
Yeah, like to, yeah.
Do you ever miss having breakfast in the morning?
Yeah, that happens.
And if you did, would you maybe have it for lunch or dinner?
Absolutely.
Well, how about IHOP's gourmet pancake breakfast for $3.99? You get harvest grain and nut, or pumpkin, or country griddle cakes with eggs, bacon, and hash browns for $3.99.
Yeah, I think I could handle that.
This is Cliff here by the Bay, reminding you that any time's a good time for breakfast at IHOP. John, we're talking a pancake breakfast that big. Oh, all right, well, maybe that big. Oh. Well, you know.
10 million. Get winning lotto numbers first on Eyewitness News, live at 11.
We go to the final quarter. Michigan uses 12 plays to go 51 yards, 5 minutes, 21 seconds, 43-yard field goal. They lead 10-9, all 10 points of the third quarter. The kick is short, taken by Demetrius Stanley, and gets back to the 25, maybe the 26-yard line.
Take a look at this. This tells you graphically and numerically what happened in the third quarter. Ohio State only 14 total yards on offense. Time of possession, 2-1, at least in favor of Michigan. And Keith, what this does, this brings back in the history of this game. Now Michigan confident. Ohio State says, oh, is this another one of those times? The Buckeyes have only beaten Michigan twice in the last 10 years.
Well, the good old friends holding their breath in Pasadena, California.
Oh, you got that right.
First down from the 26. And Jermaine's pass looped. Out to Pearson. Up to the 36. And that's about a first down.
And I like the call, Keith. I think you got to loosen them up on first down. And that was a hell of a throw and a great catch by Pearson. It was a difficult throw.
Just looped it up over the top, dropped it.
That was one of those. That was one of those short passes that were really good.
He's not excited. Not much. Well, it's good for Jermaine because he didn't do much in that third quarter. He needs something to jack him up a little bit. From the 36 on first down. Roll it out. Passes away and caught by Demetrius Stanley. Not much on it, but the pass was completed. He caught it right in front of Charles Woodson. And that's kind of like stepping into a bear trap.
Well, Woodson and Sean Springs, the defensive back for the Buckeyes, have both been kind of quiet here this afternoon, but their presence is ever felt in almost every play that is called because you want to know where Woodson is and you want to know where Springs is.
Springs made that one great play. Half to save a touchdown.
Yes, he did. And he really was responsible for the touchdown when he slipped on the streets pass.
Second down and 7. A little delay here for Pearson. Looking to go outside. Now the foot speed, not quite enough of it to get past Woodson. And again, he's there. He's everywhere. Somebody locked the door. 13 and a half minutes to play in the ball game. 10-9, Michigan leads.
Charles Woodson, Keith, intercepted 2 passes in this game at Michigan last year. He is from Fremont, Ohio, which is, he was the high school football player of the year in Ohio a couple of years ago.
Back on third down, passes to the sidelines. Intended for Stanley, and Woodson tries to intercept it and can't quite pull it off, but now Ohio State's got to punt the ball.
Yeah, that is not where they wanted to go with it. They wanted to throw somewhere else, but there was nowhere else to throw it, and that's a long, long way to throw it.
William Carr shaken up on the play, and Michigan takes time for him. He came very close to getting the quarterback.
Take a look from behind, get the quarterback view of this. You're in the pocket. Now I'm trying to find somebody to throw this ball to. I don't want to get anybody, got somebody at my feet. That is tough. When somebody goes low at you. People always said a ball game or on TV see the quarterback view downfield, but they don't very often get it from in the pocket.
So big William Carr shaking up some on that play. Is going to go to the sidelines for a breather, and Ohio State's going to have to punt the ball away. You've got 13 minutes and 6 seconds to play, and Michigan leading 10-9. Buckeye defense is going to have to hunker down here. Here's a pretty good kick by Bartholomew. It's going to run Woodson all the way back to the 7. Look out! Oh, he didn't quite get around the corner. He had to turn it back inside. And he's down at about the 16-yard line.
Someday, my office will have a window. Someday, my boss will be me. Someday, I will meet the man of my dreams. Guess not today.
The Chevy Camaro's 200 horsepower 3800 V6. Therapeutic, isn't it?
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
Now with 50% more tender filet than before.
McDonald's new Fish Filet Deluxe is sure to satisfy your grown-up needs and desires. For lunch. It's McDonald's with a grown-up taste.
The Panasonic Razor. Shave wet or shave dry. Your choice. Your shave. Rinse clean. Work hard. Play hard. Shave your way. Panasonic.
He's earned his stripes. Now golf sensation Tiger Woods is ready to take on John Daly, Fred Couples, and Tom Watson in the Skins game. Thanksgiving weekend on ABC.
Time now for your Burger King update. And why are we showing you this play? It's only a 3-yard plunge, but it's Troy Davis who takes it to 3 yards and becomes the first man in NCAA history to rush for over 2,000 yards in 2 different seasons. Congratulations to him. Right now, Keith, back to you.
Boy, that's something, isn't it, John? Wow.
It's a lot of carries and a lot of pounding on a small body. Congratulations to him.
He's a tough guy. Big heart. Chris Howard is the deep back. Ryan Gracie, your quarterback. High Street's bottom of the picture. 12:54 to play in the game. Shaw's in motion. They run it. And a tackle by Katzenmoyer behind the line of scrimmage. A loss of 2 yards on the play.
Keith, it's the Buckeye defense that's going to have to do something here. Take a look at number 45. Last week against Indiana, it was Katzenmoyer who got in there, caused the fumble, and Finkus ran it into the end zone. So it was the defense. So take a look from behind the offense. It was the Ohio State defense last week, and it's going to have to set the tone again this week. A lot of seniors on that defense, a lot of leadership on this ball club.
Second down and 12. Williams, the deep back. Greasy still got it. Passes away and completed to Jeremy Truman back to about the original line of scrimmage. So not much there. Tomorrow night on ABC, an hour of America's funniest home videos. Then you've got the most outrageous hour of the week. Drew Carey and Mimi Guest on Lois and Clark. Wings Crystal Bernard stars in the world premiere of Dying to Be Perfect, the Ellen Hart Pena story. That's all tomorrow night on ABC. Right now, it is 3rd down and 9, just short of the 17-yard line, and the home crowd gets into it. Greasy's pass, thrown on a slant, complete the street, short of the first down. They stop him at the 25. He had to go out beyond the 26.
It's a good call. It gives the it's the same pass they scored on, a slant. Gives the opportunity for Streets to pick up the first down, but the defense for the Buckeyes held.
And so Peristeris is in for his 5th punt of the day. Waiting for it is David Boston.
Boston has returned a punt this year for a touchdown.
They handle this all right. They should have pretty good field position. Some pressure on it. High kick. Fair catch called by Boston. He fumbled it. Michigan's got it. But there's a penalty flag down in the area where he was trying to catch it.
Again, it's going to be interference, not giving the opportunity 2 yards to catch the ball, Keith. There was a Michigan man that ran by him.
David Whitboat is the referee. Penalty is against Michigan. Now he pointed the other way. Wait a minute. Hold it. Hold it.
Anyway, we had an interference to the opportunity, 2-yard radius, belt foul. On the kicking team, it'll be at the spot of the foul, 5-yard penalty, it'll be first down.
So the Buckeyes get a break.
And it's a good call. Watch right here, the defender right there. Yeah. And he threatened him. He went at him. And then he dodged away from it.
I think it was the intent that resulted in the penalty.
And the little dragon looked up to the moon
with fire burning in his eyes. And
Why does he have fire in his eyes?
Because he's a dragon.
How come he's a dragon and not a dinosaur?
Well, because...
How come he has
When you use your Visa card this holiday season, we'll make a donation to Reading is Fundamental. Together, we'll bring kids a million stories.
Have I answered everybody's question?
When do we get snacks?
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
The sticks have a personality all their own, and Chili's fire-roasted skewers set the tone. Watch them sizzle from fire and flame. Now beef and chicken ain't the same. Zucchini and squash hooked between peppers and corn. With chili pepper, honey, and lime seasonings, they're adorned. Then lusciously lanced, they're laid upon the flame to feel the fires dance. Fire-roasted skewers, oh, you haven't had them yet? Well, Chili's grills like no place else. On that, you can safely bet.
Hey, help me figure this out. Usually, the more gizmos you want, the more money you spend. Then there's a Chevrolet Cavalier. It gives you a lot of the same gizmos that make expensive cars easy to live with, for about half the price. If you forget to lock your doors, the Cavalier is still protected by a gizmo called the theft deterrent system. If you leave your dome light on, it turns it off. My house doesn't even matter. Get the car that's easy to own, a Cavalier. Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. By Dean Witter, there are so many ways to measure success. Dean Witter measures success one investor at a time. By Nike. And by Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. Well, it was a considerable break for Ohio State.
Big break. That could have been tough for him to overcome. Here's what Ohio State has done in the second half. 3 possessions, 3 punts.
They start this possession from the 46-yard line. Their side of the field. Michigan leads 10-9, and it's Peppy Pearson. Fires a little crack and turns it into a big one. Picks up 9 yards down to the Michigan 45. 11:07 to play in the ball game.
Take a look at it from the other side of the field. Double team on the end. Just take your time. Pepe's out there. Just let my guys get time to block. Picked up a block there from one of the linemen that was coming out. Nice job. You know, one of the main things running backs need is patience. He's got it.
2nd and 1. Do you go deep? Nope. Don't think he made his first down either. James Hall, number 56, who had that big sack earlier. He was involved in that defensive play. They'll measure. Time remaining in the ball game. 10 minutes and 28 seconds. Michigan 10. Third quarter points to lead Ohio State 10-9. Buckeyes have 3 field goals. He got it.
It hasn't all been pretty this year for John Cooper. The results have been good, 10-0, but they've been behind in several of their ball games. And just last week against Indiana, they went well into the second half before they got control, in the fourth quarter before they got control of that one.
Big day for Pepe. They need some more from him right here. First down at the 44. Looking around in the middle, that's a yard, that's all. There isn't anything in the middle of the Michigan defense right now. It really hasn't been much all day.
All the quarterbacks in the stands are giving their opinion of what they thought of that play. Some boos came down from the faithful.
Matt Keller started out. Lumpkin came off, and then Keller told him something. He goes back. Lumpkin is that big 6'8", 270-pounder, tight end. He has not seen the ball today. That pass is thrown for Stanley. Stanley lost his footing. Demetrius never was set to jump for that football, and there were people all around him anyway. So that one sails over his head, incomplete, and they're looking at 3rd down and 9 with 9:29 to play in the game. time permitting. We'll have the 50-car rental college football postgame report. John Saunders, Todd Blackledge will have the news for you. Most of the teams down south are ready to get cranked up and going. Big ball game in Tucson, Arizona tonight between Arizona State and Arizona. Blitz coming to the outside is picked up. That's down the middle to Lumpkin, and it's well over his head, incomplete. It's Jones, DJ Jones, tight end. And DJ could not reach that ball. He's 6'4", 260, big target, yes, but not the fleetest of the fleet.
He threw it to the right guy. Jones is here. Now watch as the lineman's going to come out of the middle of the line to cover Jones, the tight end, down the field. At one-on-one coverage, that was Irons, who was lined up, came out of the line.
So they've got to punt it. 9:24 to play in the game. That's a high spinner. It's going to be taken at about the 15-yard line by Woodson. And there, Michigan will have it. First down. 15. Time becoming very precious.
Chances are, you're going to put more money into their teeth than your Chevy Lumina. Because today's Lumina is so low maintenance, it can actually go 100,000 miles before its first scheduled tune-up. And for you, that's one less thing to worry about. The cars more Americans trust.
You worry? You're overprotective? You're a parent. Isn't it nice to know that there's something almost effortless you can do to protect your family even more? Just ask your State Farm agent for a free family insurance checkup. It's a smart way for you to decide if your family's insurance coverage is up to date, so they'll be better protected. And maybe you'll worry a little less.
State Farm is there.
Introducing the best thing to happen to breakfast in a generation. New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Sweet life is calling, I'm falling for something bold. It's a kick, it's a crunch taste of honey and a heart of gold.
Sweet honey and nuts baked to an incredible crunch. And under it all, the simple goodness of Kellogg's Corn Flakes, the heart of gold.
Something new that never grows old.
New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Taste of honey and a heart of gold.
Well, next Friday here on ABC, after Texas and A&M get through battling, you'll have Colorado and Nebraska, and the winner of that one will go in to St. Louis in the Big 12 championship game. If Texas beats A&M, then Texas will be the Southern champion, and the winner of Colorado-Nebraska would be the Northern champion, and there will be a collision down along the river. Chris Howard is the deep back now for Michigan, and Ohio State looked to me like they might very well have been in the neutral zone if not having made contact. Then that may have been because somebody moved on the other side of the ball.
The Michigan tight end moved, Keith.
Prior to the snap, ball start, offense, 5-yard penalty, down remains first.
So the Wolverines make a mistake, back them up 5, and it's 1st and 15.
That's a critical mistake, Keith, whenever you're backed up and you want to control the ball. 1st and 15 is a heck of a lot more difficult to pick up than 1st and 10. This is Howard. Look out. He almost popped out of there. But making the tackle is Miller, number 43. Somebody's got to make a play now for the Buckeyes. As you look at Miller, they came into the game the number 2 team in the nation in takeaways and turnover margin. They were plus 15 on the year.
2nd down and 7.
Mike Vrabel's Fickle. Last week it was Katzenmoyer causing the turnover, and Finkus picking it up and running it in.
Reese back to throw it, gets it off, throwing for Russell Shaw, grabbed it! Great effort by Shaw, turned around, cradled it, but couldn't possess it. Whoa, that was almost big. Huge.
Take a look from behind the offense. You got single coverage out, one-on-one. This ball is thrown to the outside, and Shaw almost made a great play of that.
It is 3rd down and 7. Incomplete. Got a penalty flag coming. They're going to flag John Springs, I think. He was covering Ty Streets. And I do believe that official may have, well, I don't know.
I think it was an alignment, Keith. I think the receivers got fouled up. Yeah.
Yep. Didn't have 7 people. Ohio State's exulting, but Sean jumped up and down. He thought he had been flagged. So
an ineligible receiver downfield. The penalty is declined.
See, that's poor execution on Michigan's part. They had the ball for 3 plays. On the first play, their tight end jumps, and on the 3rd play, both of their wide receivers are on the line of scrimmage. It's illegal formation.
Now they punt it away, and it's coming up on crunch time for the Buckeyes. Michigan leading 10-9, 8:28 to play in the game. They're going to get the ball back, and they should get pretty good field position if David Washington handles the ball. Punts away. He's got to come up on it, and he does, and he makes the catch, and the penalty flag is thrown, and I think Michigan may get called one more time for not giving him the 2-yard room.
That'll be the 3rd time today that Michigan has been called for that, not giving him 2 yards to catch the ball.
Of an interference with the opportunity, 2-yard radius foul on the kicking team, 5-yard penalty, 1st down.
So Ohio State gets the ball, 1st down at the Michigan 45.
Looks like you're eating potato soup too.
Actually, it's potato with roasted garlic.
Roasted garlic? Looks better than mine.
Warm up to a new taste. Campbell's home cooking new potato with roasted garlic soup.
Are those chives?
Uh-huh.
Flavorful potatoes, select herbs and spices, blend to create a taste you only get from home cooking.
Like a taste?
Sure.
Honey, could you get me a bowl of home cooking for our neighbor?
Campbell's home cooking. Great taste never looked better. Someday, my office will have a window. Someday, my boss will be me. Someday, I will meet the man of my dreams. Guess not today.
The Chevy Camaro's 200 horsepower 3800 V6. Therapeutic, isn't it?
Check 'em out time for the Buckeyes. They have it 1st down at the 45-yard line. And you may be at the point in the game where if you don't do something with it here, you may not have it coming to you. This is Pearson. Nothing doing. Ben Huff among the first to get there, along with Sam Sword.
Well, Keith, you got no excuses. You've got great field position. You're inside the other team's 50-yard line, starting on their 45. You've had several other possessions in the second half, 4 of them, and you've punted all 4 times. You don't need a touchdown. All you need is a field goal.
However, with 7:50 to play, you better do something or you may not see it again. Matt Keller is the single back.
Got to throw it.
Give it off to Keller. And he stumbles a bit as he starts to go with it and picks up 2 yards on the play. So they are now 3rd and long again. 3rd and 8. In comes Tommy Hendricks, the nickelback. Out goes James Hall, defensive end.
It's the field goal kicker.
But he ain't nowhere near his range.
No, he ain't ready yet.
This is Jermaine and somebody to catch it. My goodness, that was a bad throw. He missed Demetrius Stanley by 5 yards. Clint Copenhaver is the only man that could have caught that ball. And he's playing for the other side.
Copenhaver had it in his hands. Here's Copenhaver right here. He's trying to get it to the outside man running a slant. Watch Copenhaver as he's just going to drop right back. Jermaine didn't see him. They were fortunate not to have that ball picked off.
Stanley in front and Boston was right behind him. So they got to punt it again. Bartholomew and Woodson waits. Fair catch at the 12. So Michigan's field position is not much, but there's only 6:52 to play, and Michigan leads by a point. Coming up next, you've got Michigan State at Penn State. You've got USC and UCLA in the Coliseum. I know it's a Rose Bowl, I guess, this year. Maryland and Florida State be down in Miami, and Texas Tech playing Oklahoma. Check the local listen for your ABC station or call your cable operator. It's Chris Howard now, the deep back. The time is very precious for Ohio State, and Chris Howard just stung them big, running all the way out to the 35-yard line for a first down.
Big play, Keith. It was a chess game going back and forth with field position. The defenses were dominating.
The Ohio State offense has just disappeared.
It has disappeared, Keith, and I would not be surprised if Cooper would go back to Stanley on the next possession.
If they see it. Michigan has the capacity to eat up a lot of time and run a lot of plays.
Well,
that field goal they got a little while ago, they ran 12 plays for 51 yards.
But the thing that you go back to is where did they come into the game? Michigan had come in turning the ball over. They have not turned it over today. Ohio State, on the other hand, was second best in the country in turning the ball over and getting the ball for their offense. They have not done it today. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Cooper's offense has scored so many points.
Second down, they give it to Howard, and again he finds daylight. And a big pickup. That'll leave him about 1.5 yards or 2 short of another first down. And 5:40 play in. When you believe you can do something, oh, what a difference it
confidence,
makes.
Keith. It's just confidence. There's some reason teams always play well against other teams.
There's contact along the line of scrimmage, and Howard is stopped at the line of scrimmage. Let's see about the penalty flag. Offside, Ohio State. For over 70 years, the Goodyear Blimps have been making appearances over sporting events. And today we have the Spirit of Akron up there providing these aerial views. I had a ride on that big fella.
Did you now?
Yes, I did.
You know, that was a smart call by the quarterback, Gracie, Keith. It was third down, nickel, less than 5 yards. He used the cadence to get him to jump off sides, get a free first down.
Williams looking to go outside. He's tracked down finally. Oh, he's not. What a determined, dogged effort by Clarence Williams, because Rob Kelly had a hold of him and couldn't put him away. Ty Howard got a piece of him, and he just kept on churning and picked up about 8 yards.
One team is 10-0, the other is 7-3, and nobody knows that on the field right now. It's pride and determination and guts. And who wants it?
44-yard line, 2nd down and 2. Run it, 1st down. Brought down by Greg Baliseri. So Chris Howard is having a big second half.
And they're calling the same play, Keith. They're calling it to the right, and then they're calling it to the left. It's the backside guard and tackle pulling, and he just followed it.
4 minutes and 15 seconds to play in the game. It is 1st down to Michigan at the Ohio State 37. The Buckeyes have the ticket to the Rose Bowl. Yes. But they've yet to beat Michigan. This is Howard again. Can't get a hold of it. Picks up 2 yards when it looked like he might lose 2.
They finally got into that where they stopped that play. It's the same play Michigan had been running. Ohio State and Michigan both have only 2 timeouts left.
Chris Howard now totals 93 yards. 3.5 minutes to play.
Michigan in no hurry. Greasy should let the 25-second clock run down to about 0 before he snaps it.
This is Howard getting outside. And close to another 1st down. Right on the mark. Well, it was Biaka Batuka that shredded him a year ago.
Yes.
Now it's Chris Howard in the second half that's tearing their heart out. Clock stops at 3:12 to play in the game. I don't believe the lack of incentive regarding the Rose Bowl has anything to do with what's happened in this ball game today. It's just, this is just an old-fashioned big game attitude that overshadows almost everything.
I agree with you, Keith. It's a neighborhood rivalry. When they cross that Michigan-Ohio State line, things happen.
At least John Falk didn't lose any helmets this year.
the equipment manager for Michigan lost some helmets a couple years ago down here.
He didn't lose them. He said they stole them. Howard now will have 100 yards on 22 carries. And he is the first running back to run for 100 yards or more this season against Ohio State.
I think this is a 2-down area, Keith. I think Michigan is too far to kick a field goal. I think if they don't make it here, they go for it on 4th down.
3rd and 1. Sneak, that's enough. They've got the 1st down. At quick count, offensive line got the bounce on the defensive line, and they got the 1st down easily.
Well, now I think Ohio State has to think about using some of a couple of their timeouts. Because you know Lloyd's going to tell them just to run the time off the clock.
Well, clock ticking away. 2:50. Greasy gives the ball back to Howard and just runs it right up the middle and picks up 8 yards. Now they're in field goal range. A field goal will make it a 4-point game.
Since '76, the Buckeyes brought a top 10 ranked into the Michigan game in 8 times. 8 times and have lost in 7.
You all know the story. You know what's going on. Just a matter of grit, ducks, and gizzard now. Behind the line of scrimmage that time on a good defensive play by Mike Vrabel. As he looped in and grabbed the leg of Chris Howard. And the clock is at 1:55 to play.
Somebody needs to grab, knock a ball loose, make a play for the Buckeyes. They've done it before. I'm surprised that the clock is not stopped, Keith.
Yep.
They're
not going to have any time.
Well,
even if they get it back, they won't have any time.
They'll have about a minute.
3rd down and 4. This is Howard. Not going to get it that way. Fickle penetrated and got enough of him to stop it. And now you get a timeout called by Ohio State. So it is 4th down. And hang on.
It's equal parts sweat and steel. It's decisions made in the split of a second. And pain endured for the length of a day. And at the finish, you're either toasting victory or getting set to do it all over again next week. It's auto racing, the way we do it, on the Miller team.
You're born, you go to school, and then one day, things begin to get interesting. Now, instead of preparing, you're doing. The stakes are a lot higher than they were in high school. Because out here, the tests you're given are of your honor, your courage, and your commitment. This is your journey. It's time you got underway. Call 1-800-USA-NAVY. Let the journey begin.
The ball game probably is right here for both teams, for that matter. Ohio State needs to block it, obviously. Michigan makes it. They've got a 4-point lead. That means the Buckeyes have to score a touchdown. It'll be put down at the 29. It'll be a 39-yard kick. It's on its way. And it's good. And so it is 13-9 Michigan with 1 minute and 19 seconds to play in the game. Ohio State will have to score a touchdown to pull it out.
Unbelievable.
Well, I told you, what did I tell you yesterday? I had a stomach ache.
You told me a lot. You told me a lot of stuff.
But you just get a gut feeling about some things, and I think Arizona State's in for a tough night tonight.
Yeah. This is what Ohio State in the second half. Look at the plays in the different possessions. They never had the ball for very long. 5 different possessions. Never had it more than 6 plays. Punted 5 times. Now their backs are to the wall. They have 1 timeout remaining, and they need a touchdown, not a field goal.
High kick. Good carry on it. Demetrius Stanley comes back to the 21, and there he stops. And you've got 1 minute and 16 seconds to play in the football game.
Now, what you want to do here with Jermaine is you do not want to be sacked, first of all. That takes away a lot of stuff. So if things aren't open, throw an incomplete pass and pick up your first down on the next play. An incomplete pass stops the clock.
He likes that little 3-step drop. Goes 5. And throws for Demetrius Stanley, who was covered like a blanket by Charles Woodson.
That's not the guy to be throwing at. Here's a great matchup. Stanley against Woodson. Woodson just doesn't want to cover it. He wants to pick this ball off. Watch him as his makeup speed cuts inside of it. Stanley almost caught it anyway, but that was very dangerous right there.
Second down and 10 with 1 minute 11 to play. 13-9 Michigan. Should go big. Boston is down there and does not get to it. 2 years from now, or even a year from now, David Boston might make that play, but he was not close to it this time.
Well, the key thing here, Keith, is Ohio State has had 2 negative plays, but that's all right. If the third one picks up 15, 20, 25 yards and you get a first down, then you're moving. Every play that you work at this point of time with a minute left and a timeout left doesn't have to be a completion.
All right, he's got plenty of time. The play is in, and the clock is running along at about 15 seconds to go now. Play clock. We've got 1 minute and 2 left on the game clock.
About time to make a play, though.
Got to have a first down. There's a pass thrown to Keller, and Keller will get a first down, and a penalty flag is thrown upfield by the back judge downfield. So there's a penalty coming. Whoa. It's on Ohio State.
It's offensive. Here's the tight end, Keith. Watch him as he's going to get tied up with the linebacker right there as they come off the line of scrimmage. Tight end releases outside. Stop it right there. Right here is where they say the offensive man was hitting into the defensive man. That's a tough call at this juncture of the ball game.
Whoa. So take away the first down, take away the reception by Keller, put the football all the way back to the 10-yard line.
That's a killer.
With 55 seconds to play in the game. And that may have been the game right there. It is 3rd down now and 20. Did he fumble it, or was he knocked down? They're going to call him down.
It was a good throw. That's what I was talking about. They just need one big play. The ball looked like it was out before he was down. 30 seconds left in this one.
First down on the 35 with 30 seconds to play. Remains pass to Stanley. Good. That stops the clock with 24 seconds to play.
One of the best
Stanley wants to come out.
Square ends. He's hit square ends on both of these. That's one of the primary areas. Deep square ends over the middle.
Stanley has to take a breather. Tillman goes in to replace him. Tillman down the middle. Ball's thrown, and that is an incomplete forward pass, and the crowd wants interference as Woodson came up and slapped Boston around as the ball arrived. 17 seconds to play.
You got time for maybe one more square end, and then you're going to have to go for the end zone. There's a look at from behind the quarterback. See, that's an outstanding DB on a freshman wide receiver. Got to come back for it.
2nd down and 10. Better look out. He throws it away. And now the penalty flag comes from the referee, and let's see what we've got. Do we have grounding? Very possibly. That'll break their back.
Yeah. I think it's a good call.
Yep.
What a big win this would be for Lloyd Carr, Keith.
Intentional grounding on the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. Loss of down.
Yeah.
3rd down.
That's a killer.
Yep.
You got 12 seconds left. You've got one timeout, so you can complete a square in or something downfield, call a timeout, and throw it in the end zone.
Timeout called by Michigan with 12 seconds to play in the game. The Chevrolet most valuable players of the game are Jared Irons of Michigan with 16 tackles. And Pepe Pearson for Ohio State, 30 carries, 117 yards running. 3 catches, 34 yards receiving. Chevrolet donating $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund. A Chevrolet tradition for more than a quarter of a century. Well, it will be party time around the great state of Michigan tonight, I suspect.
It's been a tough 3 weeks for the University of Michigan, losing the game at Purdue and then last week against Penn State. They haven't lost 3 games in a row since 1979. That's like 17 years old. Yeah.
13-yard penalty actually on that play on the intentional grounding call. Loss of down, so Ohio State is going to be 3rd down and 23 with 12 seconds to play, and John Cooper looks like the sky's falling on him. I mean, the offense of Ohio State just disappeared in the second half of the ball game.
You got to hand it to Michigan. At halftime, whatever they said and did, offensively and defensively, they just owned the second half here at Ohio State.
And the young'un helped pull it out.
Played well. It was a frustrating year for Brian Griese, but I'm sure he'll be smiling if they hold on to win this one.
Chase him out. He lets it go. It's Stanley or nobody, and it is incomplete. Demetrius Stanley surrounded by Wolverines, and he couldn't come down with it.
That means 1 play left. Taking the headphones off.
4 seconds to play in the game.
It's been a great year for John Cooper and the Buckeyes.
Yeah, you kind of hate to see it end.
Yeah, you do.
Because they had a chance to take that unbeaten season into the Rose Bowl against Arizona State, also undefeated. But they, too, have a tough call tonight in Tucson against the Arizona Wildcats. Here it is.
This could be shades of Colorado a couple of years ago. The Hail Mary against Michigan.
Was it this long?
I think it was just about here.
Ohio State calls timeout. So, take another deep breath or two and let's see what happens. I don't know, you got to send more than one guy. You can't just send Demetrius Stanley down the field. Where's Boston? What's he doing? I mean, he's the burner. He's the bigger one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him lately. That's the problem, maybe, of having the youth on the field at this point in time. But he's the man. They have to have him out there. So you got Stanley, who's the smaller of the two. But when you're going for this kind of a play, you want at least 2, if not 3 of your people down under that ball.
Well, a couple of them have got to get up, and one of them got to bat it, and a couple other ones are hanging around to catch it.
That's right.
You kind of feel bad for Cooper. He's had a great year. He's had a great run, 2-year run. He came into this game last year at 11-0.
Okay, we got Boston.
We lost the last 2.
We got Boston. We got Tillman. We got Stanley. Who else? Miller. Is Miller out there? No. DJ Jones is out there, but I don't think DJ's got enough time to run to the end zone.
And yes, teams do work on this. Offensively you do, and defensively you work on this play.
So you got trips at the top. It is Stanley, Tillman, and Boston. Those 3 wide receivers.
Rolling out.
And there it goes. It's not going to reach the end zone. It is intercepted. It is Marcus Reyes doing the hook slide, and Michigan has defeated Ohio State 13-9. The standings, as you see now, reflected. And here's Lynn Swann.
John, obviously it's been a good year for you, but this has to be a disappointing loss.
Well, no question about it. We didn't get it done offensively. We kicked field goals in the first half when we had chances for touchdowns. First and goal on the 3, didn't get a touchdown, and then we slipped down on the long pass, and they scored, and we didn't. So, you know, their defense won the game.
You know, people talk about shifting tides and momentum. It seemed like in the beginning of that second half, Michigan came out, scored quickly, and a little bit of the spark left Ohio State.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sean Springs fell down, but they made a big play and we didn't.
Your offensive line?
Well, again, we didn't block them very good. Give their defense credit. We didn't get the job done.
Okay, Coach, thank you very much.
Well, I admire the man for doing what he just did.
Yeah. You feel bad for John
during
Cooper.
the interview.
Yeah.
The crowd was 94,676, just short of a record. It was one of the quieter crowds I've ever seen at the Horseshoe. And I think as now they begin to leave the stadium, they're stunned.
Well, there was nothing for them to cheer about in the second half. They had the ball 5 or 6 possessions and didn't do anything with it. They had no turnovers. The defense didn't create anything for them. It was kind of a defensive game in the second half. And like I say, I feel badly for Cooper. Lloyd Carr's been through a tough couple of weeks, and their program has got to be very proud today.
So the Ohio State Buckeyes fall from the ranks of the unbeaten. That brightens the prospects for Florida State.
Yep.
Florida is on top. That brightens the prospects for Nebraska, which is waiting to play Colorado next Friday.
Florida or Florida State are going to get beat next week. If Nebraska moves up, who knows? There's a lot of games to be played before we settle this thing.
That's right. Arizona State tonight, still undefeated, will go to Tucson to play the Arizona Wildcats. It's a team that Arizona State has had very little success against, just like Ohio State has had its problems with Michigan. We hope you enjoyed it. The final score again, Michigan 13, Ohio State 9, and we invite you to stay tuned. Coming up next, regional college football here on ABC Sports.
This year, Thanksgiving for the Connors is going to be like none other before when a surprising family secret is revealed on an emotionally charged Roseanne.
Man, Lisa's going all out for the holiday till Kevin's job takes him away.
Can we have Thanksgiving on Friday?
What are you, God? You can't move holidays. And it makes her a little tense. An all-new Life's Work ABC Thanksgiving Tuesday.
It's challenging. That's what I love about it. I trust my instincts.
It's different running your own business.
My work is everything. It's pure adrenaline.
Every decision comes down to you. It takes confidence. It gives me a sense of pride.
It calls on resources you never knew you had. Like the corporate card from American Express.
Call now and apply right over the phone.
Because control is in the details. You get quarterly reports by category.
It simplifies bookkeeping.
Small business savings, like 3% off mobile gas, 10% off UPS overnight delivery, up to 15% off Hertz, and up to 25% off Hilton hotels.
It adds up.
And we put your company's name on the card because you are the company.
I like what it says about it.
People recognize it. It's the best card to have. Every day, more than 1 million small business owners rely on the corporate card. See how it can help you.
It's hard to do business without it.
Call 1-800-SUCCESS now.
We'll take your application right over the phone.
Because meeting the challenge is what you do best.
I wouldn't work this hard for anyone but me.
Each day, thousands of people make our public schools work for our children. Families can do their part too. After school, you can be a teacher, counselor, nurse, and much more for the children in your life. Families and school employees. Together, we can help our children grow up strong and smart.
Can you try jokes once?
Don't even try it once. Not even a little bitty.
They might get curious. See, one time won't hurt me.
It's a lie.
Yeah.
You get hooked. You get used to it, and then all you end up being a junkie.
Channel 7 Eyewitness News, where the news comes first.
November is the best month for a barbecue. You see, in Happy Valley, November is winning time. Always has been and probably always will be. Since the turn of the decade, Penn State in the month of November is 20-2, and both of those losses have come on the road away from Happy Valley. They're just hoping they don't slip up today against Michigan State. The Nittany Lions hoping to wind up in the Fiesta or the Orange Bowl pour onto the field here at Happy Valley. ABC Sports presents college football. From the Big Ten, the Spartans of Michigan State against the Nittany Lions of Penn State. A shocker in the conference. No team unbeaten. Ohio State and Northwestern share the title, but the Buckeyes go to the Rose Bowl because Northwestern lost a non-conference game. For Penn State at 5-2 now, they're dreaming of a spot in the Alliance Bowl. Michigan State wants any bowl. You can see that Penn State will move up with that loss by Ohio State. The question is how far, and they hope to wind up perhaps down in Tempe, perhaps against Notre Dame. A lot of things still to unfold. One thing is sure, Dick Vermeil, we're going to present two of the best young running backs in college football today. Curtis Enis here at Penn State. Against SC, 241 yards and 3 touchdowns. The Buckeyes of Ohio State shut him down. They won the game. He bounced back against Northwestern. He is a wonderful sophomore running back. And one of the best freshmen is Cedric Irvin of the Spartans of Michigan State. 16 rushing touchdowns, 18 touchdowns overall. Dick, let's tell the folks about these two runners. Let's start off with Enis.
Well, Enis, to me, is the best running back I've seen all year. It's late in the year, so we've seen a number of them. He's big and physical like a fullback, but he possesses the running skills of the great tailback that he is. He's gone for over 1,000 yards already. And what's remarkable about that, he's done it with fewer than 200 rush attempts. That's outstanding.
And Irvin?
Well, Irvin, not as big. He's a true freshman. He only needs 57 yards to go in the 1,000-yard category. But what's impressive about him, too, is his receiving skills. We'll see him lined up as a wide receiver today.
Now, you can see how the defenses have improved, both of these two schools.
Oh, both of them. You see graphically here. Now, I would say this. Penn State graphically is not as impressive, improvement, but they've really improved in the important areas, the pass defense on third down, the points given up, and those kind of things. Really done a great job, both of these teams.
Coaching legend on the left, and one of the bright young coaching stars, Nick Saban of Michigan State on the right. State and Penn State coming up.
Hey, wait for me.
Smells good.
Pass it down.
It's an indisputable fact that kids love the taste of Campbell's chicken noodle soup.
Good. Yeah. Not hard at all.
And ever since we added more chicken, there's been even more to love.
Hurry up, I'm hungry.
Which means there's still more to go around.
Hey, I never knew there was chicken in this soup.
Campbell's makes everything
better.
Introducing the best thing to happen to breakfast in a generation. New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Sweet life is calling, I'm falling for something bold. It's a kick, it's a crunch taste of honey and a heart of gold.
Sweet honey and nuts baked to an incredible crunch. And under it all, the simple goodness of Kellogg's Corn Flakes, the heart of gold.
Something new that never grows old.
New Kellogg's Honey Crunch Corn Flakes.
Taste of honey and a heart of gold.
The new IBM Aptiva at Radio Shack with 3D games, 3D internet, and home director. It's no ordinary computer. No ordinary computer can make your home look lived in. No ordinary computer is as thoughtful and so nice to come home to. And the IBM Aptiva with home director is only available at Radio Shack. It's no ordinary computer, and with special financing, it's no ordinary deal. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Does it have a lubricating comfort strip? Does it need a lubricating comfort strip? Introducing the Norelco Reflex Action Razor. A great shave with less irritation than blades.
Presenting a great leap forward in batteries. Introducing Duracell Power Check. The battery with a fuel gauge so you can check its power anytime, anywhere. New Duracell Power Check. No battery is more advanced.
Ready to go in Jackaroot. A lot at stake here today.
Well, Brent, you alluded to part of it. Where are these two teams going to go bowling? Well, nobody knows for certain. And both coaches realize that as well. In the case of Penn State, they're looking for an alliance bid. But in the case of Michigan State, they've had to battle local media play all week that said, gee, maybe if they lose, they would get a better bowl berth. One thing is certain. All the major bowls are here watching these two teams today. And as Joe Paterno said, I don't want to know about it. Why? I can't do anything about it.
Well, Jack, the series record, and they've had a couple of dandies here over the last 3 years. Michigan State won the coin toss, and they will defer. Penn State will take the ball, and so Chris Gardner, the junior number 14, kicks it off to Penn State. This is Chris Campbell, number 11, at the goal line. Campbell swings far to the right. Bad decision down at the 14-yard line, and here comes senior Wally Richardson. Now, his touchdown-interception ratio not as good this year as it was a year ago, but there have been injuries in his offensive line. He lost his best outside wide receivers, and Wally Richardson, the coaches will tell you, is a stabilizing force. The Chili's backs and receivers. Number 39 is the man to watch. A week ago against Michigan, they started him out on the flank, and on second down brought him on an end around. Let's see where they line up Enos. They're going to put him in the I formation behind Jason Slode, who is a load at that fullback spot. And on a play fake, Richardson fires complete. And he put it in the hands of his tight end, Keith Alsummer. Richardson given good protection. This line has played together for 4 consecutive games. Barry Tilsch stabilizes them at center. John Blick, the improving freshman tackle, number 78. They will work against this front seven with number 22, Reggie Garnett, back at middle linebacker. He'll be looking for Enos. On 1st and 10, with the ball out at the 28-yard line, Enos comes in motion, going to play fake again, and Richardson this time comes to the other side, but favors his tight end, Alsummer, and the senior, 6'4", 250 pounds, makes 2 stops against this secondary, which now figures to have its hands full. There's Sori Canoe, number 6, the free safety. The 2 corners, 3 and 10. Can't separate them. Both pretty good football players, and so is Canoe. He's the leader back there, the ringleader. 2nd down and 1 after the 9-yard gain. So Richardson rips off 2 completions here. Now Enos figures to handle the ball for the first time here today as Alsummer goes in motion. They load the blocking to the right, and they come back over to the weak side for the 1st down with their sensational tailback.
Well, Fran Ganter, the offensive coordinator at Penn State, said they were going to come out and be aggressive. They're not conservative. They're going to run screens, reverses, short yardage passes, and throw the ball on 1st down, and they've really done that. They script the first 25 plays. That is the 1st and 2nd down plays, Brent.
What more can you say about Joe Pa than the fact that he is indeed the legend? Now we come up here with a 1st and 10. And Richardson throwing the ball, swings it to Enos, a good receiver. And the young man from Ohio crashes across midfield, and it appears to be another Penn State 1st down.
You know, this is the same approach they took against Michigan last week. They threw the ball on 1st down. Defense sitting up there waiting for the run. They're throwing the swing, quick screen out to the short side of the field. He gets the ball. You want to let defenders get upfield so they're not in position to pursue. He gets a kick-out block by Henderson, the weak side tackle, and up the field he goes.
Aaron Harris checks in at fullback. He is an outstanding runner, more of a tailback. He is directly behind Richardson, and they split Enos off to the right in this formation. They're strong with the tight end to the left, and instead of Enos this time, they have gone now to number 25, Aaron Harris. So immediately he checks in, and they run him.
Well, Brent, all year, like we've seen many teams play, this is the first team we've seen all year that emphasizes the fullback. And they start quickly, running fullbacks and tailbacks. Look at this, 6 scoring drives in the initial drive. Outstanding. You turn that around, they've only given up 1 score themselves. But they like to run a fullback. We don't see that very often anymore.
2nd down and 9. The tight end is to the left or the wide side of the field. He's going to bring the end around, fake Campbell, he's going to throw it. Gives Richardson a lot of time, right side, wide open. They throw to their man Harris, and he does the rest. 6 quick points as Aaron Harris comes out, but it was a tremendous fake on a scripted play by Richardson on the end around that throws the coverage man, and they hit for 49 yards and a touchdown on their first series.
Well, first they run the fake inside, then they fake the reverse. That freezes the safety. The running back that they originally faked to keeps right on going on a throwback position type pass, and he throws the strike. Wally Richardson, you give him time, he will throw the strike.
Richardson on that drive was 4 of 4 for 83 yards in the touchdown. And here is Brett Conway. This would give him 125 consecutive extra points. He has pulled to within 1 of Michigan's J.D. Carlson record in the Big Ten. Conway has moved within 1. Penn State leads it 7-0.
You gotta have fire. Slapping, lapping, fancy flames, flicking chicken from every side until marinated bird and garlic and lime has turned from good into sublime. Oh, what has Chili's thus created? Why, it's margarita grilled chicken consummated, served horizontally, grill marks up on a tostada with a lot of what your mouth waters for. That rib sticking margarita grilled chicken, 'cause Chili's grills like no place else.
At Transamerica, we've helped 1 million people live a better life with consumer loans, and millions more plan for retirement. We've provided the security of life insurance for 15 million lives and provided millions to finance educations. We also underwrite hopes and dreams. Transamerica. Life insurance, retirement plans, commercial and consumer loans.
Someone figured out together we have 115 years working on Fords. My great-grandfather built the Model T. My grandfather built the Model A. My dad crafted the sheet metal for the Lincoln. Today I'm an engineer on the Mercury Sable and the Ford Taurus. Growing up, I was taught whatever I put my hand to must be done with the highest quality. After all, it has to live up to the family name.
Graf, Celis.
They've battled all year to earn a place in their season's grand finale, the Chase Tennis Championships, tomorrow on ABC Sports.
They can nick you in a hurry.
And they did. Oh, man. Well executed play. A good design, good game plan. Scoring drive, 6 plays, fitting right in underneath that 3-minute category. Fake to Harris, 25. Then he sneaks outside. The fake pulled up the linebackers, but it also pulled up the free safety. There's no one back there in position. Good speed, as you said, Brent. He has tailback abilities. And taking another look, you'll see he sucks up this free safety. Corey right there with that fake. Bang, he runs up. He's going to play run. No, it's not a run. It's not a reverse. It's a touchdown pass going to Harris. Well executed. Good call.
Now, Coach Saban told us last night in our meeting that what he wants after a Penn State touchdown is a good return. And finally, they put it in the big man's hands. And here is Mason, and he is stopped. Now, that brings the crowd into this game at the 15-yard line. They are back on the closed end of the stadium. And so Saban did not get the kind of return he needed as Todd Schultz, the junior, 7 touchdowns and 7 interceptions this year, brings the Spartans out. The Chili's backs and receivers, and Derek Mason returned that kickoff. You will see him very active in this game today as a wide receiver. Michigan State knows they have to throw the ball. Big Bill Adams there, number 76, brings the offensive line out of the huddle, and Cedric Mason lines up now toward the bottom of your formation. Now Jeff Carter's 81 at the top. And they run Dwayne Goulburn, the senior who draws the start. Cedric Irvin will be in there quickly. And Flozell goes 6'7", 330 pounds at that right tackle spot for the Spartans. The defensive front 7, and they'll go the distance. Filardi's the leading tackler for the Nittany Lions, and number 6, Collins, drops back as a pass defender. Very quick as an outside linebacker. It's in that secondary where the Nittany Lions will have to hold up today. And here comes Goulburn, Herring with a shoe-top tackle at the 26-yard line. And that should be right at the spot for a first down.
That was a real good tackle trap pulling across here. This is one of their favorite plays. They normally run it in the red zone area. Here comes Big Flozell. He kicks him out up inside. There goes Goulburn. Almost makes Herring miss.
Herring is the free safety. Played a huge game against Michigan with 2 intercepts and a deflection for a third. Goldburn in motion. Schultz quickly moves to the right, fires complete to Carter, who's out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Now, the story here is that the best cornerback for Penn State remains out because of an injury, and that's number 34, Brian Miller, who is not back there with Kim Herring, who is the star. So, Shino Prater, number 1, must hold up. Michigan threw a touchdown pass over him in that area a week ago, and Michigan State figures not only to throw against number 1, but they're going to bring the run. Number 1 is the cornerback to the short side of the field. They move Carter down away from him, and Tate goes bump and run on him, and they come back with Goldburn. Goldburn runs right at Prater, and he is down at the 49-yard line. This could be a very busy afternoon for number 1 in that defensive backfield.
Well, Gary Tranquil, the offensive coordinator, said in their running game, Brent, they're going to come up and they're going to check the run and try to get the best run against a specific defense. Keep the odds in favor of the offense. Obviously, they did it here. They got good blocking right there at the point of attack, got some movement, and they're giving the ball to the guy that can make you miss.
2nd down and 1. Base 4-3 looking. Filardi's coming. Filardi read the run, got in on the youngster that time, and he is down at the 47-yard line with his first carry of the game. Cedric Irvin, tackle for yard loss. Jackaroo.
Brent, as we watch Todd Schultz, remember he's coming back from a knee injury, but he's also, according to the coaches, much better at what they call his peripheral reads. Now, what Todd did, besides going to summer school this summer, is he worked with actual machines and ophthalmologists to increase his peripheral vision, and they say it has worked.
Needs to find number 33 with the football here with that peripheral vision. Got him. Irvin bounces, first down, and he is tripped up by number 33, Tate, the corner on that side, but it's a first down for the Spartans.
They're getting some good line movement over there with the left tackle, David Mudge, number 65, and Scott Shaw, the guard fullback, did a good job of leading that. Now, John Sandusky, the defensive coordinator at Penn State, said the last 2 weeks they've been successful stopping runs by blitzing. He didn't think they could blitz as much today because of the skill of the wide receiver position. If he has to, he'll come after him.
So Jerry Sandusky calls the shots for the defense. Schultz on a play fake, hard rush by Snyder, steps up through it and throws long and out of bounds. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
The other thing Jerry said, Brent, that he wasn't going to try to out-coach him. They were going to try to out-hustle him, out-play hard on him. Here he is right there in the middle of your screen. He's been around here forever. 29 years he's been coaching here.
You can do that if your head coach is around for 31 years.
Well, he's got a staff of 121 combined years of experience at Penn State. That's a lot of experience.
Early in the game for him to have a headache, coach, with that last motion over there on the sideline. 2nd down and 10 for the Spartans. Penn State strikes early and leads at 7-0. Schultz on a little bit of delay, and Goldburn going nowhere. This will leave them with a 3rd and long as Filardi, the leading tackler, along with Chris Snyder, number 91, in on the play.
Well, they tried the tackle trap, and Filardi read it all the way. Now, this is the first time they've run the trap coming back in the right side or to the left side of the defense. They put that in special for this ball game. They've been running it as they ran it the first time successfully today, always to the left.
3rd down and 10. Octavius Long, number 20. He flanks out to Schultz's left. The slot man is Carter. 3 wide receivers. Mason's outside him. Schultz looks middle. Comes straight down and it is caught by Mason. First down. Michigan State. 13-yard gain on the play. Aaron Collins back as the pass defender makes the stop.
What Jerry Sandusky said, he was concerned if they could get pressure on the quarterback with only 4 guys. They didn't get it. That gives a guy like Mason time to work back underneath defenses that have been pushed deep. See, that takes time to throw. Good pass protection.
Spartans move to the Penn State 33-yard line. 1st and 10. Irvin, the running back, to the 30-yard line. And Brandon Noble, number 93, very good football player, makes the stop.
You know, they said Brandon Noble is a very special player, and if they have a star on defense, he is the guy. This is a defense made up of guys that just play hard every week. They're disciplined, extremely well coached fundamentally. They're technically sound, but they don't have any one dominant player like they've had in the years past.
Here's the formation they want to use, both Goldburn and Irvin on the field. Irvin is on a wing. and may go out as a pass receiver. Play fake. Schultz rolls right, short side under pressure. Incomplete. They could not hook up with Irvin. Let's send you to New York now and John Saunders. John?
Brent, Bobby Bowden told his team, don't look past Maryland towards Florida, but it looks like they did early. Brian Cummings to Troy Davidson, 31 yards, and Maryland scores first, although Florida State has just scored. The extra point still to come, so right now it's actually 7-6. And Lou Holtz, in his final home game as coach there, number 100 in victories at Notre Dame. Brent.
And of course, John, for those folks who just turned on the set, Michigan shocked Ohio State in Columbus. What else is new? That's an annual right of November. Third down for the Spartans. Delay, goal burn, and it is extremely well defended by Matt Cornetto.
He read that tackle trap again. Maybe they're going to the well too often. We've seen Michigan State play before. They love this trap. Here it is right here. Big Flozell. They bring him across. They block down here, but it is read nicely now. See, then, actually what they did, they stunted inside. Good defensive change-up. Not getting pressure with a normal pass rush, so they stunt and cross-charge the defensive tackles, and Cornetto got there.
And Gardner attempts a field goal. It is a 49-yarder. Had a long leg warming up today, and this one's good. Michigan State on the board. So, action here early. Penn State leading the Spartans. 7-3 is our score.
Bullwinkle, we passed by here an hour ago.
Where's here? I thought we were there.
Bullwinkle.
Oh, don't
okay,
worry, Rob.
that's enough TV for today.
Dad!
Let's go for a ride.
Yeah, come on, we're out of here.
Dad, where are we going? This better be good.
I gotta go to the bathroom. Oh, honey. See that? See?
That's cool.
Gotta be there.
Dad, stop! Wait! Dad, can we take him home?
Ford Explorer, because the world's too big to be left unexplored.
We're there.
Yesterday's antifreeze coolants don't offer today's multi-metallic engines enough corrosion protection from extreme hot and cold. They need Zerex, with its one-of-a-kind patented formula, not just to protect radiators, but also water pumps and cylinder heads. So use Zerex. Otherwise, your engine could be extremely unprotected. Zerex. Extreme protection for today's engines.
Freshness hotline, what's the problem?
Man, my party is lame. I think I got some skunky beer.
Sir, relax. When was your beer born?
Born? What are you talking about?
It doesn't have a born-on date?
A what?
Do you have any Budweiser?
No, man, you gotta help me.
Okay, remain calm, sir. We're on our way.
New Born on Dating from Budweiser, because fresh beer tastes better.
Go! Sir, put down the skunky beer and slowly back away.
College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Ford Motor Company, where quality is job one. Kellogg's, with good taste, nutrition, and value. The best for you each morning from Kellogg's. Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. And Chili's has so many new grilled items. You'll see why we say Chili's grills like no place else. Penn State plays football in November like no place else. Joe Paul real tough this month in here. Gardner, with his career-long 49-yard field goal behind him, puts it in the freshman's hands, and Kenny Watson returns it to the 24-yard line, and Wally Richardson, second series for the Nittany Lions. So a 49-yard field goal for Gardner after Richardson hit fullback Aaron Harris out of the backfield for the Nittany Lion touchdown pass. Now Brigham Young, that's a very important score for Penn State fans. BYU will have the argument against Jopa and Penn State for going into the Alliance and perhaps playing, let's say, a Notre Dame that won impressively today. And of course, next Saturday night here on ABC, you'll see the Irish against USC from the Los Angeles Coliseum. 1st and 10 for Richardson. He snaps one off to Enos, who had flanked out to the left, and he's drilled out of bounds at the 34-yard line. So John Saunders did not take the Seminoles long to snap back against Maryland, did it?
Exactly, Brent. Right back at you. Thad Busby back to pass. Launches this one. E.G. Green hauls it in the end zone, 37 yards. They get the extra point. It's all tied up. It's 7 each. Brent.
John, Florida State lost a good receiver. Cooper. That injury Cooper suffered may be a little bit more serious than they expected, and he probably cannot go against the Gators next week. So Richardson 5 of 5 to start the game. Here's Enos to the right, steps into that hole. You are looking at a quality runner to the 42-yard line. A young man who was Mr. Football as a senior in the state of Ohio, went to a prep school for a year after that. He's quite a remarkable young man, a couple of brothers, 3 sisters. His mom and dad working in a small town over on the Indiana border, and Curtis Enos is going to be a football force.
He already is, not going to be. I'll tell you, Brent, he is special.
Second down. Juravicius comes in motion, try to get him going. Enos steps into the middle, and that's another Penn State first down. Just like that. He makes it look so easy because good running backs, among other things, are very patient when they pick their daylight. If it's not there, they don't take it. But if it's there, they'll slip in, get a few yards, keep on going.
If Joe Paterno told us if he does have a fault, sometimes he'll try to overpower somebody, run right over the top of him, rather than make him miss. He said he'd like to see him be a little more patient, give a guy a little juke step, and get up there. Joe's coached a number of great ones, and he says this guy is as good as any of them. We're going to be.
Penn State's first down comes on their own 44-yard line. A lot of movement in that Spartan defense as they reset the strength. Juravicius, the motion receiver. Richardson wants to look in his direction. Comes back to the short side of the field. And he's got Juravicius at the 49-yard line of the Spartans.
Well, they're giving too much time. He's going to complete every ball. He's going to throw an incomplete by accident if you don't get some pressure on him right now. And they're going to have to gamble. You'll see what I'm talking about with this replay. Yes, play action does help pass protection in terms of line blocking many times. But look at the time he has, Brent.
You know what Juravicius reminds me of as we watch him here, Dick? Remember that young man, Eric Bjornsson, your friend from Washington?
Yes, playing tight end.
I got to tell you something. If I was an NFL team, I'd be looking at Juravicius with that size and get him off the line like they do Bjornsson down there. He's an outstanding football player this year. Second down. Richardson, and the whistle blew before the snap. Whistle blew before the snap. Enos runs for practice.
Yeah, he runs for practice, and they say he runs the ball every time he touches it.
Delay of game on the offense. 5 yards, second down.
Fran Ganter, the offensive coordinator, said he runs the ball 50 yards every time he touches it in practice. He said he's one of the few running backs that they've ever had that likes to practice.
Jim Kimmerling's our referee. The fellow at the bottom, Mike Nevin, going to call a career after 21 years as a official here in the Big Ten Conference. You know, that penalty reminds me. Penn State has been penalized only 30 times this year. This is one of the more disciplined football operations in America. If you want to learn football fundamentals, you come to Penn State. So it is second down and long for the Nittany Lions. There's Enos, first down like that for the Nittany Lions to the 40-yard line. And the Spartans better lock on to number 39 a lot harder than they've done so far.
Well, when you have a fullback to the block like Jason Slow did that time, I heard the pop from all the way up here. You'll see him right here. He'll lead through and pick up the linebacker as he attacks the play. Boy, watch the pad-to-pad. Pow! Awfully nice job. Good running back. Can really advance the ball with that kind of block.
He is a load, that fullback.
He a load, Slow.
Lined up directly behind Richardson. Tight end is to the left. Richardson with that short drop. Juravicius, and he's tagged at the 35-yard line. He was hit by Marshall, the strong safety, number 29.
Well, Don Pease, the defensive coordinator for Michigan State, said they were going to commit 8 or 9 men to stop the run by using the 2 safeties, either both of them or one at a time, and do the best they can at disguising it, because they know that Penn State would audible if they could see that 8 or 9 man front coming. They're going to have to get somebody else up there, maybe 10 guys, huh, Brett?
Richardson takes a look at that Spartan defense. Has his tight end to the right, and he wants to change up a little bit now. Makes the play call, not too noisy now. He's going to take a short drop and pop it complete to Alzheimer. He saw that Alzheimer was uncovered on that side, and it's a Nittany Lion first down at the 25.
What he read was a 3 deep with a rotated up strong safety, Brenton, just as you said. He saw that the safety was going to buzz the flat. He just threw it right in there behind him. And Alzheimer is a guy that just finished doing his graduate teaching. Now he's doing a little teaching of how to catch the football on the field. He taught 7th graders geography this last semester, and he missed spring practice. And he said, you know something, Coach? I think I would have rather been in spring practice. I was very nervous.
He's helping Richardson off to a perfect start here. 8 of 8 for 117 yards for a quarterback who sat out the second half of an Indiana game here for Penn State. Came back strong against Northwestern. Enos stepping to the right. On the twist, the ball down. Fumble! Michigan State pounces on it. So Curtis Enos turns it over at the 21-yard line. Joe Pa will not be happy about that turnover.
Many times when the running back makes that second and third effort and gets spinning around there, and that elbow gets out away from the bottle. See the left elbow right there, ladies and gentlemen? The ball gets up there. You've got to keep the elbow down and that ball underneath it. That didn't happen. It's not always possible to do that, but good effort.